I'm calling this meter survey because now that I've done the meter for the NT books, I'm not 100% sure I'm comfortable with all the answers, but comfortable enough. Now that I've done that, I want to take you on a little survey of how common, how obvious, and kind of how embarrassing it is that we don't know this meter exists. Okay? It's not really my objective to criticize. I hate doing it. But when something isn't working and you find an answer that should have been there for 2,000 years, you got to say something. Okay? There's such a thing as different opinions on things, but numbers are numbers. Okay? Why there has been so much incompetence in adding up the Bible's numbers, I cannot understand, except I have the same problem myself. But why do I have it? Because I do this for a living, okay? I do numbers, and particularly this kind of number crunching, all day long. I've been doing it for 30 years. So if a person who is used to doing number crunching like this, where you add one and subtract one and add one and subtract one, and how many years to this and how many years to that, actuarial science is all about that. That's what I do. If I have that problem, then I should be more, maybe that's why I get this. I should be better able to explain why it's been wrong for so long. Now, there's nothing special or good about me. The fact that I'm good with numbers is a God-given talent. I just am. I'm not good with looking at the formulas and their little script that they use, the double dot A and all that stuff. I just have a sense of numbers. Okay? But that sense goes right out the window when I'm doing these Bible meter videos. It really does. So part of the accounting for why this stuff, when you see how obvious it's going to be, why it's been missed for so long, is probably because other people, when they went to do the number crunching, their eyes glazed over, and it just kept happening over and over and over and over. Because I'm dead certain. I mean, you can prove it all over the place. The people have tried to reconcile Bible's dates before, and they've had nothing but trouble with it. I mean, to this day, people aren't sure whether he was born in 4 BC or 2 BC or 1 BC or 6 AD or 6 BC. And the reason why they don't know, I'm sorry, is because they didn't go de novo. De novo is a legal term for just scratch everything, start over from scratch, use only the Bible and solar years, because Bible accounts time by birthdays. If you did that, you'd get the results I do. And of course, that's the only way you should account it. If God accounts by birthdays, Adam was 130 years old. Duh. Then you never use lunar years, because lunar years aren't going to get you to your next birthday on time. You have to intercalate 5.25 days at the end of a 360-day year, because there's 30 days in each month until the last month. That's how David designed the priestly courses. 24 priestly courses. Did you ever ask why? First Chronicles 24. Why are there 24 priestly courses? Because there are 24 hours in a day. So on a solar year, each priest ends up having equal time. Now you could say, well, even if it was a 360-day year, they would too. But the year is 365.25 days. It was designed that way by God personally. Don't you think he would have communicated that? And if he allocates based on birthdays, people had to figure out how to tell when their next birthday was. And they had to reckon it by a solar year. That's the only way you can hit your birthday anniversary. So there's two things at work here. First of all, eyes glaze over with math. I am no exception to that. Secondly, eyes glaze over when it comes to Bible, and I'm no exception to that. Thirdly, people don't want to use only the Bible. And this is a failing that is, pan-human. We think if we go to some other source, that's somehow more objective, because you can't be objective and believe in the Bible at the same time. That's a prejudice, okay? Why are we deeming the Egyptian Sophic cycles and all the nonsense they did, because their calendar was all stupid too? Why are we deeming the Romans, who had the most convoluted time system known to man, why are we taking what they say as if it were correct? But the Bible, we can't do that. The Bible's inscrutable is what we say, because what we really want to say is, well, the Bible's wrong. That's the biggest reason why the numbers don't balance, why people have been arguing over these dates for so long. Now I'm going to launch into just how obvious the dates are, and you're going to just facepalm, because I sure am. In front of you is the same first page on what is becoming my master list of all my web pages and docs. Okay, I'm calling it Luke Dateline meters. That's kind of not intuitive, but I'm doing that because Luke ends up being the precedent for so much of how the meters work in the New Testament. And that is based really on the Magnificat. So up here, and this text is really large, so I have to scroll. You had Psalm 90, Isaiah 53, Daniel 9. Those are the docs that you download to Daniel 9. His is the most sophisticated Old Testament dateline system I've seen yet. And Mary played on Daniel. She talked. Adar, 5 BC, 4201, from Adam's fall. A date that you can know from the Bible if you start with Genesis and go all the way through Christ. The whole timeline comes into balanced focus if you do that. That's what I did in genius.xls. You can download it, and you can see the formulas for yourself. They're no-brainers. They're taken straight from Bible. And then the Bible verses, there will be a link in the video description that is separate, that shows what Bible verses I used, okay, besides Genesis 5. Her text, her meter, her accounting was just as comprehensive as Daniel's. Daniel went all the way back to David at Hebron. Her accounting goes all the way back to David at Hebron in the meter. That is somehow a precedence for all the anti-Bible books, okay? Because they're all tagging her, all of them. It kills me to say this, but it's true. The numbers are the numbers. I didn't make them up. In fact, I didn't even understand them for the longest time. All right? The only guy in the New Testament who I can't prove yet is tagging the Magnificat, which they knew long before Luke wrote it, is Matthew. His timeline is based on, the 427 is based on Malachi, and the 476 is based on Nehemiah 6:15. Those are the two things he's tagging because he's the next Bible book. He's the first book of the New Testament. This is your proof that he's the first book of the New Testament, although you can see the proof just by reading the text, if anybody actually read the text. Because Luke raps to Matthew. I've already done the Synoptics channel to show that. And Mark wraps around both Luke and Matthew surgically. Now, if you're used to reading legal documents, and that's what I do for a living too, then you notice it right away. Okay, so what? Am I the only person who reads legal documents in 2,000 years? No. So what happened? The only thing I can tell you that's different about me versus the others who've done this, because I'm not a scholar, but you don't have to be. I use 1 John 1:9 like breathing because I sin every 5 seconds. Now, maybe they didn't. If you don't, then you can read Bible all day and it'll just be hot air to you. Okay, that's the first difference. The second difference is I kept asking God while I was reading. Okay? Now, I've been taught under a really good pastor. He taught from the Greek and the Hebrew texts. And I'm 62 now, and I've been under him since I was 20. So you can say, well, that might have something to do with it. Sure, it does. But the primary thing, because those people are smarter than me. I'm not smart. Dogged, yes. Smart, no. All right. So why don't they know when I do? Because I use 1 John 1:9 like breathing, and I ask God. So here's the RX. If you use 1 John 1:9 like breathing and you ask God, watch what happens. Give it a month. Practice it for a month. Ask God to remind you to practice it. Ask God to remind you to use 1 John 1:9 and ask God to remind you to ask him. See what happens. You can test what I'm claiming. It's all out there now. 15 years I've been documenting this. Okay? Test it. You don't have to rely on me. This is the Bible. All right? So, based on that test, Matthew is the only guy who doesn't seem to be tagging the Magnificat. I'm sure he is, but I don't know how exactly. All right? I can't prove it from here. Because this is just his authenticity claim. That, hi, I'm the next Bible book after Malachi. And I'm tagging Nehemiah because Nehemiah is about the rebuilding of Jerusalem to get ready for Christ. And I'm writing about the king arriving. Messiah's come, left, rose, and he will return. That's his theme. The king has come. After that, you have everybody and his brother looking back at Mary's meters. And they're doing something else, and she was doing that with her meters. She ended her meter here, 217th anniversary of original Hanukkah. The Lord would have been 56. That was what she was balancing to. 56 and 40, because when he was 97, the millennium was supposed to begin. You learn all that if you did your timeline from Genesis to Christ. You learn how old he was supposed to be. You learn that there was supposed to be a set amount of time, 1050, 1050, then 1050, 1050 again. Then he comes, which he did. And you know it was 4103 when it was scheduled to be 4106. You know there was a shift in the timeline. You know he had to come early because of David's death. You know that David died when he was 77. It would take you about a year to do all the stuff that I already did. But it's all in the Bible. So because she's using his age, this is my guess, that's why they're all doing it. And honey, every single Bible book in the New Testament is an Anno Domini accounting. And it's based on the 2 time tracks from the Old Testament. Anno Domini, when he should have been born, had David been crowned on time. Versus Anno Domini, when he really was born, because David wasn't crowned on time. So Christ had to be born 3 years earlier to keep to the new time schedule, because Christ had to be born 1,000 years after David was crowned king over all Israel. David was crowned when he was supposed to be 1050 years from Abraham's maturation. But he wasn't crowned over all Israel. He was only crowned king at Hebron. So that's why when you get to 1 Kings 2, and it says that David ruled 40 years, 33 at Israel, all over Israel, and then 7 at Hebron. You're supposed to understand that he's also 40 years by the time he dies, because it's an equidistance pun, but the scholars don't pick up on that. But if you did understand that, you'd understand, oh, okay, 1,000 years after he dies is the outer limit of time, shortened by 3 years, versus the original Abrahamic schedule. And that is in Daniel 9:26 if you did your math properly and used solar years. You'd get to 4143 from Adam, which is our 37 AD, based on, now here's the kicker, 4106 was his original scheduled birth. But he had to be born in 4103 in order to comply with David being dead at 4143, and yet still have the 40 years like David did. So David got crowned over all Israel in 3103, so the Lord has to be born in 4103. That was an intervening deadline. So all the Bible books from Galatians forward are accounting time based on his should have been birth right here at 4106 versus his actual birth, like down here in 2 Thessalonians, which is using baldly in the meter 57. The Lord was age 57 when it was written, but that's 3 years earlier than. So our BC AD system, and it wasn't on purpose that it ended up that way, but God, of course, knew it would. Our BC AD system is based on the would have been, should have been. So if you want to balance to all the Bible's numbers, you got to use this. If you want to balance the Roman AUC system, which is also off by 3 years, that's not a coincidence, you know. If you want to balance to the Roman AUC system and you want to balance to our BCAD, use this for the Adamic year, because that's what the Bible does. And that's what this thing proves, a survey. See, here we go, Galatians, first book written after Matthew. 49, when the Lord should have been 49. That's 49 AD hours. There is a 6-year variance, therefore, between the Roman AUC date and the Adamic date, because the Roman AUC system is also off by 3 years. So what you have to do is you take the Adamic date, which you can prove from the Bible if you did your timeline from Genesis 5 forward, and knowing that he should have been born in 4106, you subtract 4106 from 4155, which is when Galatians was written, and you get 49, which is the meter, the first Dateline meter in Galatians. The Lord should have been 49, but he was 52. Okay? Was 52. Should have been 49, because he was born 3 years earlier. And that same kind of accounting is in every single Bible book, directly or indirectly, all the way through to Revelation. Okay? That's how I know when these books were written. Some of them are being written right on his birthday. Some of them are being written in the month of his birthday. And the way they do the math, you can tell when. Not always to the exact day. Okay? Or at least I can't tell always to the exact day. Sometimes I can. But the point you need to know is they have formulas. The meter is a formula. Hi, X years from. I'm writing you X years from. And the from is usually some date related to his birth, his death, when he started his ministry, when he became a man under the Roman idea of manhood, or the Jewish idea of manhood. Or in terms of, and this became a favorite after Luke came out, actually even before, because Mary benchmarked it, in terms of Tiberius, the years of Tiberius. She benchmarked that in her extensive timeline that's actually 1,000 years long. Okay? So they're all playing on her timeline. And honey, the math can't fit like puzzle pieces like this unless it's deliberate. I didn't write the words in the Bible. I didn't create the syllables. And that you got one book after the next book after the next book, and they all fit together hand in glove, using the same 5 or 6 formulas to dateline their books. The Lord's original schedule should have been birth. That's a really popular one. That's in Galatians. Okay? Then they always use some unique kind of historical thing. Like for the Galatians, it's part of the meaning of the text. Well, you know, back in 98 BC, you guys were fighting for your lives because the Cappadocians were being, you know, wooed by 2 alternative kings, and you convinced them to finally go to Rome, and so that they could pick their own king and get rid of the Cappadocian wannabe kings. Well, that would have a lot of meaning to the Galatians. So that's the second dateline for them. That's kind of unique. But it's 49 times 3 because Paul's using a 49 dateline to chide them. Because 49 means diaspora, 49 means apostasy, 49 means you're on the wrong track. That was Daniel's meter when he was praying about the temple down. 49 missed sabbatical years. That's what it means. See, this is deliberate and it's doctrinal. Another favorite, see, here's 4106 again in 1 Thessalonians, written 4 years later. Okay? 4.5 years later. Okay? 4106 should have been. When the Lord should have been, get this, age 53.5. When the Lord should have been age 53.5. Well, honey, then he can only be writing at the end of June. And that has to be, since it should have been, that's our AD 53. It's a no-brainer once you start to see these formulas. Should have been born, should have been born. Okay? The other favorite is to go future. You take the same number and you go future. And the favorite future formula is years to the millennium. Years to the millennium, years to the trib, years until the payback to Abraham is completed, years until the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness is completed. Those are basically their forward formulas. Okay? So here we are, Galatians, years, 49 years to the millennium. Millennium is 4200 at the end of the year. So sometimes you use 4201 like you'll have to use here. No brainer. You count your syllables, you find out when it first sevens, that's your first dateline. You keep counting syllables, you find out when it sevens again, that's your second dateline. See, a 5-year-old kid could learn this. And they did. This was their ABCs. This is why I'm so flummoxed. Why? 2,000 years have gone by, we don't know this. Okay? But at the same time, it takes me days to figure this out. It shouldn't take me days, but it does. Because my brain just goes completely wacko when I try to do this. So on the one hand, there's no excuse, and on the other hand, there's obviously an excuse. Because even when you want to find it, the brain goes out. Okay, the other favorite thing is the numbers that they use. 49 is a real popular one. 28 is the number of growth. 49 is, yeah, you're in trouble. Just like when you're in your 40s, you start rethinking life, you start wanting to change direction, and you start to rebel against all the wasted time that you realize you've done. When you're 28, well, you're gung-ho, baby. Okay, so 28, number of growth. This is a real popular one. 28, established by Isaiah and by Psalm 90. Okay, so should have been born, 4106. 28 being another popular number. It's 28 from some past event, 28 to some current future event. And then the question is, are they going to add +1 so that the count doesn't double count the same year? And the answer is usually they do. This is called valuation year accounting. They do it even today. Okay, in other words, if I'm supposed to value something based on 2015, and I have to count X number of years into the future, and I have to fund for it in the future, okay, I'm not going to count 2015. I'm going to start my count for the number of years funding the following year. The idea being that you'll be sure to count, have enough available, that the count will be complete, all right? In their case, they're doing it because they want to round off to these numbers, because they're making doctrinal points with these numbers. These numbers have doctrinal meanings long established since Psalm 90. Okay? Growth. He's praising the Thessalonians, so he's using meters of growth. Here he's chiding the Galatians, so he's using meters of apostasy. Okay? 35 is God's vote. Okay? So here, see, this was original scheduled birth, and then there was an original scheduled and a revised scheduled death. This is the revised scheduled date of death. Christ should have died 4143 from Adam. That's the outer limit in Daniel 9, because that's 1,000 years after David died. So he takes that same well-known date, and he uses his second dateline. Hi, I'm writing you 35 divided by 2 after 4103. And I'm writing you 35 divided by 2 before the end of the 40 years up for the temple. Okay? This is really 4147, 4177. I should just change it. Okay? So he's writing to benchmark an event in the future that they were all keeping track of. And he's benchmarking an event in the past that they all kept track of. Jews do this today, but not these events, obviously, because they don't believe in Christ. All right? And then, hi, I'm writing you 35 years to when the trib was supposed to start, which was 4194, the start of the year. 4194 from Adam. Okay? And then I'm also writing you 42 years after the Lord would have been age 15, which is a toga virilis age under Roman culture. I'm also writing you 42 years before the millennium is supposed to begin. Now you can do your number crunching. Millennium is 4200 from Adam, end of year. Okay, tribulation start is 4194, start of year. These are all very popular formulas, and each book is going to use them again. Then they're tagging Mary's meters, which I'm not really sure why he's doing it, but it's really obvious he's doing it. See, here are her meters. Here's 217 endpoint. He's using her endpoint. Okay, here's 175, which Luke padded for her. Okay, and then, what does that mean? Well, I haven't figured it out yet. I don't know what he's doing here. Is he revising her timeline? Or is he adding text to her timeline? Maybe. I don't know. I have to look it up. Okay? So then you end up getting a theme from the meters. Trib start versus when David died, when he was supposed to be born, when he was supposed to be die here, when he was supposed to be born here. It just keeps going on and on. It's very predictable. See, a theory is proven correct if it's predictable, if it's verifiable, if it's falsifiable. Well, here you go. I'm not smart enough to make all these numbers fit like this. So now we have 2 Thessalonians written a half a year later. Okay, also based on the Lord's age. This time his actual age. He is age 57. Well, then he has to be writing on his birthday, or the week after his birthday, or a couple of weeks after his birthday, or this statement won't work. That's one of his meters. It's not even 7. Okay? Now he's using the same formulae as 1 Thessalonians, so it's a no-brainer when 2 Thessalonians was written. And then, of course, you can download the doc and work through the math yourself, or you can just look at it here. All right? And then when you see what text it ties to, it's just phenomenal. But I did the videos on that already. Corinthians, same thing. Here, there's a variation. 28 years after the Lord's ministry started. That's a favorite, because that's equal to the 15th year of Tiberius, which Luke's going to end up recording, but he hasn't recorded it yet. But Mary benchmarked it. That's why Luke writes it. Luke's entire gospel is built around Mary's meter. Every single benchmark in her meter he uses to bring up points. And that's why you have those oddities like Anna is age 84. Why is that mentioned? The Lord is lost is left behind by Mary and her husband. He's left behind when he's age 12 in the temple. Why does Luke record that? Because Mary benchmarked it. And she benchmarked it before she did it. You can imagine that when it really happened and she forgot him, and then she looked back on her own Magnificat, that she had to be laughing. Okay? Because she benchmarked that year that she left him behind. Okay? So Luke records it because it's in her benchmark of her Magnificat. I can't make this up. It's all documented now. All right? So Lord's ministry start is a real popular formula that the writers use. That's the 15th year of Tiberius. Okay, which is 27 AD, hello. Okay, because Tiberius started to rule actually at the beginning of 13 AD. Because that was when Augustus gave him coextensive powers, coextensive proconsular powers. Okay, and you can go look that up on Google. All right, it's real easy to know. It's co-rulership. So the Bible balances perfectly. I do not understand why people keep having problems with it. Okay, now, Then here's another popular one, 28 years, in this case it's 28, until the Abrahamic 53.5-year reimbursement credit ends. That's 2046 plus 2100 equals 4146 is when the credit was originally supposed to end, but then if the Lord dies early, well, then maybe the credit is supposed to play a different way. So they're all playing with that because that's what Mary was doing. Okay, so that's a popular one. Again, based on Mary. Okay, then boldly, the Lord is age 58 when I write. Okay, age 58. He's age 58. Okay, well, if he's age 58, and this is 61, because it's 3 years later, then it's AD 55, because it's 3 years earlier. 3 years earlier than his age, 3 years afterwards is the Adamic year. Right in the middle. You think that's by accident? I don't think so. Okay? And then, another historical. See, this is 91 years after Herod beat Antigonus. See, because that sets the theme for Ephesians, the fighting among Christians. It's like Herod fighting Antigonus, so the civil war and the Jews. Okay? And then Zechariah's meter is played on here, too. Okay, so those are other popular formulas. Okay, 42 divided by 2 this time. Sometimes they divide the meters by 2. Well, that's the Davidic deadline of the 4143 again. Okay, when he writes. All right? Here in Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, there are a bunch of anniversaries that he's tied to in 4183. So you're going to have to look them up. Okay? Now, in 2 Corinthians, he repeats the formula in 1 Corinthians. See, it's kind of a no-brainer once you get used to these formulas. There's only like 6, 7, 8 formulas that they all use. And then they just have different numbers of years between them. So they're all keeping track of the same from and to. From some event in the Lord's past, to the millennium, to the tribulation, to the end of the payback on Abraham, to the end of the 40 for the temple. So that tells you what kind of doctrine they were tracking. All right? Now, this is kind of a long video, but after you've seen the precedents, as it were, of these first 3 books, Galatians, Galatians 1 and 2, Thessalonians 1 and 2, Core, you'll find out that as you go through the other Bible books on this first page with Dateline meters, as you go through the other Bible books, they all predictably use similar formulas. Like this is the Davidic again. Paul is dating from the Davidic. Okay? Paul is also dating from the Lord should have been age. The Lord should have been 56 based on his age in 4106. He's using the same formulas as Luke had used for his gospel. Okay? Which came out the same year. So you can get real specific about what month. All right? Because of the way the math works. It's like a GPS. You got 3 different Dateline formulas. Where do they all converge? So, in case your eyes are glazing over by now, you can play with this and see how predictable the formulas are. And see how they all fit together like puzzle pieces. And then you got to really ask yourself a question. How can anybody say this isn't the Word of God? You'll be able to download this doc in the video description. Peace out. I'm still continuing with the survey of the kind of formulas that are used for datelines in the New Testament. You can't read this too well. I'm going to increase it in a minute, but I had basically covered Galatians. I don't know why this is off. Galatians. What happened? Stupid Damien. Sorry. Galatians, Thessalonians, Corinthians, and did that to show you the basic formulae. But when I got to Corinthians, I didn't cover another phenomenon that is sometimes found in the meter. And that is that sometimes it's real difficult to figure out what's being done. The 2 Corinthians, it really wasn't that difficult because Paul is taking the 42nd year and splitting it in two, which is 20.5 and 20.5. Measuring it backwards from when he writes, that's measuring to the end of year before the Davidic deadline, which was the start of the year 41.3. Going forward, he ended up coming up with several dates because forward 4162 plus 20.5 equals 4183. Okay, that is comparable to the 40th anniversary of the Davidic deadline. Okay, after the deadline ended. That's the 50th anniversary of when the Lord started his ministry. Okay, and the Lord himself is listed in the meter baldly as age 59. See, just like he was listed baldly here in 2 Thessalonians as being 57. Okay, and he was listed baldly here as should have been, but not, 49. Okay, listed baldly here as should have been, but not, 53. Okay, so I mean, this business of the Anno Domini in the Bible is so blatant. Okay, it's just unbelievably blatant. So I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. On the other hand, sometimes these meters are not clear to me anyway. Maybe you'll know, and that's kind of why I'm making this video. Maybe you'll see something I'm missing. Example, this, the dating of 2 Corinthians has got to be at the vernal year. Vernal means it starts in third week of March. Okay? He's writing somewhere between the third week of March and June. Okay? He's not really writing at 0.5 like I had shown before. He's writing somewhere after Passover, maybe, just after Pentecost at most. Because that would be Abib, aka Nisan, Ziv, Sivan. Sivan, 12th of Sivan is Pentecost. Then after that, you've got Tammuz, Av, which is when the temple goes down, and Elul, which is when the walls were rebuilt. Okay? Nehemiah 6:15. I think it was the 24th of Elul. That's, I bet, when Elizabeth got pregnant, but I can't prove it yet. Okay, so he's not quite at June 25th when he's talking here. And the reason I know that is because now we go all the way over the other side. And we're going to focus this video on Romans. It's the Romans one that's so kind of bizarro. And like the other books, like I showed you, the age of Christ is blatantly stated. 119 divided by 2 is his age. Okay, watch. It's embarrassing. It's so blatant. I mean, everybody's arguing, well, when was he really born? Well, why don't we look at the Bible? We'll find out. Born 4103 from Adam. I don't need the meter to tell me that. I learned that from an explicit text. I learned that just by adding up the begats and all the other ages. Okay. Genius.xls, worksheet, link in video description. That's solely Bible and solely solar years, not using dear Dr. So-and-so or any of that other nonsense that people use. Okay, plus, okay, that's when he's born. All right, 119 divided by 2 really is all you need. That's how old he is. Okay, because you add that to 4103 and you get 4162.5. His age. Okay, well, he was born on 25th of Kislev, which is equivalent to our 25 December because of all the calendar changes we've been making since. 10 days got cut off our calendar. Otherwise, it would be December 15th. Because of that, December 25 is what you use. And December 25, June 25, 30-day months. Okay? December 25 to June 25. So he's writing at the end of June in 4162 from Adam. Okay, well, 4162 from Adam, if he's already had his birthday, you subtract 6, because in the last 3 months of the year, the difference is going to be 7. And then you subtract 4100, which was the error that Bishop Usher made. He was being a little lazy with his numbers. 56 AD, that's when the book of Romans is written. But it's the middle of the year, so that's why a lot of scholars say, well, it was really written in 57. Well, it depends on what fiscal you're using. Because if you add a couple of months, that's the end of the autumnal year. All right, so that might be why they think it's 57, because they're going by, the Roman AUC system, which sometimes measured that way. So how can you tell? All right, so how is it that only a couple of months go between here at 2 Corinthians, the Lord age 59, no 59.5, stated baldly in the text 59, okay? But here, he just splits 119 to create a Dateline formula to say that he's 59.5 years old. Is he doing that because, oh goody, now I get to state it exactly? I'm writing at the end of June, this is cute, haha. Is that why? I'm just speculating here. There are numbers, and then there are numbers that are kind of, they're not 100% determinative. Okay, but the date is determinative because it's not as nice as I'd like. It's not as clean cut as I'd like. But it's good enough, because watch. 4162.5 minus 77. That's 4085.5 from Adam. Now we convert to our BC. That's 20.5. Meaning that's Adamic 20. Okay? Or vernal 20. Herod was rebuilding, dedicating the temple then. I mean, either dedicating it or just started rebuilding it. There's a difference about which of the two dates, 18 or 20 BC, where one of them he did the dedication, and the other one he actually started the rebuilding. But the dedication came after the rebuilding, because you dedicate after you build. Okay? And he basically did it in like a year and a half. The core part of the inner temple. I can't believe how badly in disrepair the temple was, that they had to rebuild the inner court. Okay, but Josephus is pretty good on details, but he's really lousy with his math. His math is, when he tries to do the math for the Bible, he can't add to save his life. Okay, he's completely wrong. It's as if he never read the Bible. Okay, but we give him the benefit of the doubt because there's other sources we can use, like Jewish Encyclopedia, and they're no fan of Josephus. Right? But that's building the temple, yeah, that ties thematically. It's got to tie. It's not enough that it validate the date that I'm using. It's got to tie thematically to the book. That's the whole point. All right, so 119 divided by 2, his age at 59.5. How does that tie thematically to the book? I don't know. Okay, I really don't. It bothers me because it's him. I mean, the book is about him. So you could say, well, it ties that way. But why express his age that way when over here in Corinthians, it was just baldly stated as part of the meter. So it makes me wonder if my meter is wrong. But the reason I don't think it's wrong, and I've shown you this before. Where's Romans? Romans, here we go. Romans PDF. I'll use a PDF. Okay, the reason I don't think it's wrong, here's Romans, is right here. This is so clever. 77th son will later be said by Luke, within 2 years. But it was known long before. I mean, they all knew the genealogies. This word here means to mark out a territory, mark out the boundaries of it like a temple. like a space, like a building you're going to build. You're marking out the boundary of the land. Okay? And he's saying that the Son of God, see, that's why it's so cute to say 77. The Son of God was marked out. And the reason why this is especially cute is because he just finished saying, the Son of David according to the flesh. Okay? David was 77 when he died. This is mapped by Isaiah in Isaiah 52:13 through 15. And Luke will use verse 15, total syllables 77, to play his genealogy in Luke 3. And Matthew will use the 42 syllables in 52:13 through 15 of Isaiah, which is really where chapter 53 begins. Matthew will use the 42 to craft his clever 3:14s. Okay, 42 legitimate generations that scholars can't understand because they can't understand that they're legitimate generations. Atalia's sons are left out. I don't know why they can't understand that. I can understand it. It chaps me that I'm getting this, and it's been a conundrum to everybody else. Okay, it really does. It's like, why am I getting it? Either I am radically wrong, and you should never listen to any words I say, or I don't know. I mean, I asked God, and he gives you an answer when you ask him, so that's the only answer I got for you, because I can't. There's nothing good about me. But there's something very good about the Bible, hello? And this is what he's doing with it. He's playing to Isaiah 53 with this. He's playing to David's age of death with this, having just mentioned David, but he doesn't put the 77 there. He doesn't put it up here. He could have padded this text. He could have reversed these two clauses, like I said in the Roman sleuthing video. He could have just reversed these clauses. They would have the same meaning in Greek. And then the David clause would total 77. Because, law of commutative addition, commutation law of addition, you could put this clause down here instead, and put this clause up there instead, and you would still get 77 at the end. But he's using the 77 for Christ, not for David. Because Christ is the 77th son. The whole genealogy of all the sons going back to Adam is 77, which is later recorded in Luke 3. That statement, instead of saying his age, and then he says 58 here, instead of 59.5, and then he reserves his age for 119 down here, splits it. And what is the text? Through whom we have received grace and apostleship. Why? I don't know. Okay? It's a conundrum to me that this is bald, but maybe because he's writing in the same year, he's taking advantage of that. There's some kind of joke or point that he's making that's special to do this with Christ's age versus what he did just, a couple months prior when he wrote the Corinthians. That's the first conundrum. As far as proving the date, I just showed you why, it's okay. Because he splits the date here. And because 77 years prior, that's the construction of the temple. All right? The other dates that tie, I can't explain. Why is he picking 62 BC? I still don't know. All right? 119 years prior. It's a dateline. It matters, but I don't know why. Okay? The only thing I could tell is the construction start and the Lord's age, and that was enough to, make the videos and be done with it. But there's more here. I don't know what it is. Okay? So on the one hand, you got really bald formulas. High, should have been 49. I hate it when this thing does this. High, he should have been 53. High, he's really age 57 now. Okay, because that's based on his real birth date instead of the should have been birth date. Okay, high, he's really age 58 now. See, every year, Paul was using some clause to state his real age. And then all of a sudden, in Romans, it's phrased like this, using the 77. He didn't have to do that. All you had to do is add one more syllable here. Okay, that would have been real easy. And about the son, his son, who became. Okay, well, you could have just said his son, Jesus. That would have gotten you to 60. Of course, it wasn't yet 60 when Paul wrote. But I don't get that. So on the one hand, you got baldness of these date lines, like this. Okay, like I've just been saying. And on the other hand, you've got formulas like this, which is like, I don't know where these are coming from. So, I'm going to have to go back to work. This was my last day now that the, extensions are filed and everything, tax extensions. So preview of coming attractions, I'm going to have to sleuth that. Now, going forward, a lot of these are a lot cleaner. Okay. I mean, this one's a no-brainer. Luke just says, hi, 63 years prior to when I wrote, that's when my story opens with Gabrielle visiting Zacharias. Well, okay, you count back 63 years, and that's 5 BC. No-brainer, absolute no-brainer. Okay, Paul writes the same year. He's using the same date lines. The 56 means the Lord should have been age. So he's going back to the same old convention he was using prior to Romans. Okay, and it's cute. It's 56, and he's playing on a should have been birth. Okay, and he's doing that same thing here. I didn't repeat the Pauline date because he's using the same formulas as Luke, because they both come out the same year, probably at the same time. And they play on each other. Okay? And Luke, of course, is playing on the Magnificat throughout. And Paul's dateline is based on the Magnificat. That's where they're using should have been age, so we can tag where Mary left off at the Lord's age 56. Okay? Except he's not really 56 now. Okay? That was what stumped me for 5 years. Doesn't stump me now. Okay? And all these other dates are real cute, see? 21 years after 41, 43. You've seen this before now. Okay? And then he's playing with the construction of the year of church. I spent the whole channel of GGS 11 on it. Paul meter GGS 11, so I'm not going to reprise that now. But this is bald. Okay? James 2 is also bald. Hi, I'm writing you 28 years after the Lord died. Okay? I'm also writing you 112 years after the start of the Civil War that ended the Republic. Because his theme is about war or crown. Okay? So that's all straightforward. Now, when we get to the prison epistles, we got, again, a mix of conundra. Not that badly. But we got some kind of repeat of the conundra with Romans, see? Like I said, this 77, this is kind of weird. It bounces in one direction but not the other. This balances to his age exactly. This balances to 7, but it's not, it doesn't have the structure of the date lines that show up elsewhere. Now, when I get to the prison epistles, because Paul goes into jail, this is why Luke's gospel gets released, why Paul gets released, and why James writes. Because James finally woke up and smelled the coffee. Okay? And so when Paul's in jail, all these 3 letters come out at once. Or they all come out the same year. Okay, it looks like James is last. I can't prove that. It could have all come out on the same day. But once he's in prison, most of these letters are pretty bald. Okay? But not always. Okay, for example, we got should have been age. That's standard convention by now. It should have been age. Colossians is written at it should have been age 30. Okay? In other words, he's writing 35 years after the Lord should have been 30. Okay, well, that's a no-brainer. Then that's 4165. See, that's clear. Okay? The same thing here. It's phrased in terms of the Lord's actual death. Okay, pre-trib start. All right, it's also 4165. All right? And these are all, based on real clear dates. They really add up. But not always. So the question is, when they don't add up, is God like sticking your nose in it and say, pay close attention to the fact that these dates don't add up? And my answer to you right now is, I don't know. So that's the end of this increment for now. This is a correction to the part 1 and sort of a clarification too of the Luke Dateline meters, Bible's own Anno Domini meter survey. I had ended it at Corinthians, stating that the Lord was obviously age 59 there, even stated in the meter text. That's explicit because if you're counting syllables, you see the count. That's a system that they've been using since Moses, so people were counting their syllables by clause because it's consistent and it's a formula and it's predictable. And then when I got to Romans, I was saying, well, why is Paul now using suddenly 119 divided by 2? Well, because he wants to make a point about the Lord being age 59 and a half. And that's what I'd speculated, and I didn't understand that exactly, but it makes a lot of sense. If you can be precise, you will be. That's equivalent to our 25 June, and I'm allowing a week, afterwards for when he actually sent the letter. So then when I covered Luke and Paul and James, I had a clause in here that was saying that 56 plus 4106, when the Lord should have been born, is what Luke was tying to, but that math didn't work. So now that I'm seeing the video and seeing what I said, I'm going to correct it. You'll notice I cut that clause out. It's no longer 56 plus 4106, but instead it's 56 divided by 2. This is Luke writing now. This is his gospel writing now. He is probably writing on the anniversary of when Gabriel visits Zacharias, which in our calendar would be the last week of May. Okay, because Zacharias had a particular service, which was the last week of Ziv. And based on the number of calendar day cuts and stuff like that we've done in our own calendar since those days, that roughly corresponds to our last week of May. Okay, because it would have been the 60 is the end of Ziv, minus 7. It would have been the 54th day of the new year. See, because they use 30-day months. So you have the first month was called Abib, then it was called Nisan, which is the name that's used today. And then the second month was called Ziv, which is called Iyar today. So you got 30 days from the vernal equinox. From the vernal equinox, 30 days, that ends the month of Abib, aka Nisan. Then you add another 30 days, and that ends Ziv, aka Iyar. It's during that last week that Zechariah served. So that's minus 7. So the 53rd to the 60th day, 0.5 really, of his service. That was his service. And then he did the same thing on the opposite end of the calendar in Bull, which is now called Cheshavan among the Jews. All right. So Zacharias got that visit then. So it's possible and probable, really, that Luke is writing then, because that's right before Pentecost. Pentecost is 12 days later. And his theme is about how church is the bridge to finish time. And church started on Pentecost. You get that joke. Okay? So I'm saying he probably wrote closer to May. All right, well, if he probably wrote closer to May, and he's writing in 4164, which is obvious from this date line, the 63 has to be writing then he's not using 56 plus the original scheduled birth date. He's using 56 divided by 2, which is the same convention that Paul had used. Now, James uses the same convention, 28 years after Christ died. 56 divided by 2 is 28, plus when Christ died at age 33. All right, because look, Christ died 4136 at age 33, plus 28 is 4164. That's when Luke writes. James is saying the same thing. Christ died at age 33 plus 28. Christ is age 61. But here's the difference. He's newly age 61. This is the vernal 4164. Okay, it's 4164.5 or even 0.75 on the Adamic calendar. This is vernal. Okay, I'm just saying it's 4164 March, May, because at that point it's the same year number, whether it's vernal or autumnal. Okay, whether it's Adamic year on the autumnal equinox or sacred year on the vernal equinox. So 4164 March is when the vernal equinox had started. He's probably writing closer to May. He's probably writing to align with when Gabriel visited Zacharias. Okay. I can't prove that, but it makes sense. All right, so now when you do that calculation, all right, then you got 4164 minus 28, because it's divided by 2. That's the year he died. But this year, when he died, is the beginning of the vernal year. Vernal. He died on Passover, 2 weeks after the vernal year started. That's 4136.5 on the Adamic. So now you just have to add 1, and that's exactly what he does. To get you to the next year, because he's doing it from end of year. Now you write another 28, 4137. Sorry, 4136 plus 1. Oh no. 4136. I'm so tired. Plus 28 gets you 4164 plus 1 to get rid of 4164 as a beginning of year. Equals 4165 now plus 28 again takes you to the end of 4193, which is the beginning of 4194, which is the beginning of the tribulation. So his equidistance game is 28 years post his death and 28 years pre-trib start with an adjustment to end of year valuation in between. You see this often. So he's doing what you could call a fiscal year shift. All right, that's how his day works. Well, that's how Paul's day also works, because Paul's using the same dating system, the exact same dating system as Luke. Now, here's the amazing thing. When I did those many Paul videos on Ephesians, which I didn't, I'm not abstracting the Ephesians date here because it's the same as the Luke date. When I did them, I was always flummoxed by how Paul lined up with our AD as a should have been age. Okay? That's not really what Paul was doing. Paul was using the same convention Luke is doing. But why then does it end up with our AD? Because Paul is picking up where Mary left off, and Mary's dates align with should have been. He's going back in time. He's writing in 4164. The Lord is newly 61 years old. 4164 minus his actual birthday. The Lord is actually 61 when Paul writes. But Paul's meter and dateline goes back to Mary, who was talking about when the Lord should have been 56. So he's actually going backwards in time, 5 years. See, because it's 61. He goes backwards in time 5 years to tag her timeline. And that's why his timeline aligns with our AD, because hers did. Okay? So that's the correction to the Ephesians, conundrum. And that's why this video is also in the Patu Time playlist, because I didn't know why Paul was using 56. All right. And what makes it especially confusing is that he's writing it right when scholars expected. It's really, 58 AD. Some of them think it's 59. But see, a lot of the rulers started their regnal years in March. So that's why scholars might think it's 59. Okay. So he's writing in AD 58, and then he writes Acts exactly 4 years later, which is what the scholars all know. It had to be written in 62 AD. Yeah, it was, and the Dateline proves it. Okay, because he last wrote in 64. That's over here. See, he's tagging his own gospel there. See, I last wrote you in 64, and Christ was supposed to die 64 years prior to the millennium. Yeah, because he's using 28 plus his actual death in 4136. Ding, 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 ding. So it all balances. What didn't balance was my explanation of it. So hopefully I've rectified that now. One more time. Paul is playing on Mary. Mary left her count off at what about when the Lord is age 56? Because at that point there'd be 40 years left to the millennium. Okay. What about then? It's 40 years left to the millennium at that point because his age occurs at the end of the year. Okay, so 40 years left to the millennium. What happens? All right, so Paul is picking up where Mary left off in her timeline. And therefore we know that Luke had to have been issued before, but it could have been issued coterminous. So Paul is tagging Luke by using this dateline. He's tagging Luke by picking up where Mary left off, because it's Luke who published the Magnificat, which everybody long knew. But Luke put it in writing as, yeah, officially from God, this is canon. Now we finally put it in writing. That tells you how mature these people were. God matured them that fast. So if ever you feel really bad about, your Christian life and you're not growing enough, you don't know how much you're growing. Sorry. You could be growing far more than you know. If you think you're not growing, you're growing. If you think you're growing, you're not growing. It's basically that way. If you think you love, you don't love. If you think you don't love, you do love. Whatever you think you're not doing, that's what you're doing. Whatever you think you are doing, that's what you're not doing. That's the sin nature. It always tells you the opposite. The feel of your life. Whatever you feel is true is usually the opposite of what is true. Okay, well, what's true is that Paul is picking up where Mary left off. Exactly. And I knew that when I made the videos. I didn't understand it. Now I do. He's picking up, but he's not writing that. He's writing in 4164 when the Lord should have been 61. And the way he comes up with that is he's adding 33 plus 28, just like James had done, which is age 61, but he's doing it with the convention of being able to tie to Mary at the same time of using the 56, because that's the convention Luke had done, and Luke had done it because, hello, his whole gospel is based on the Magnificat. And so Paul, to make sure you know that, he's using the same dating convention that Luke had used. 56 divided by 2 is also 28, plus 33 when he died. He's 61 when Luke writes. And in order to be 61 when Luke writes, you have to add his actual birthday to it, which is 4103, and he's writing therefore in 4164, which is when Paul's writing Ephesians and James is writing James. So, my money is on Luke being written first, Paul being written second, James being written third. Could James have been writing first? No, because James is tagging Luke also. He's tagging, this 112 is tagging Zechariah's speech. So Luke has to be first. And that way, if Paul tags Luke with his dateline, then everybody's going to know what that means, because of the way Luke's dateline works, which tags Romans. So they all fit together. See? Very sophisticated. But bear in mind, this was a low-tech society. The only thing that people had for entertainment were words and numbers. And that's how they lived. Because you didn't have the internet or all these fancy toys that we do. They didn't even have air conditioning. They didn't even have electricity. So what are they going to do? You have to find a way to live in your head when you have such a boring life. So you got words you can play with, and you got numbers you can play with. And they were real good at it. Because it was really hard to write stuff down, or it was easy to write it down, but it was hard to take the writing with you. So they just memorized everything. So they memorized Bible by syllable counts per clause. And that's why these clauses are so significant. All right? So, final final statement here to correct it is Luke is writing in 4164, which minus the Lord's actual birth date, 4103. Sorry, that's his age when Luke writes. He's born in 4103. He lives for 33 years. He dies in 4136. Add 28 to that, which is 56 divided by 2, and you get the same year that Luke writes, which is the same calculation James used, which is the same calculation Paul uses. But Paul uses the 56 rather than 28 in order to play on Mary, because that's where Mary's Magnificat stops, at the Lord age 56. And she was doing a timeline, historical, running backwards all the way to her date, and then running forward until he was age 56, because that left 40 years on the millennium. And then Paul takes that 56 forward another 434 years, because you're supposed to understand that Mary's an ellipsis, and that takes you to 490, which takes you to the end of the Roman Empire under Odovaker. The Roman Empire, the Western Empire, because the eastern part of it was just a piece of trash, okay, from the get-go. From Constantine onward, the whole Roman Empire was trash, all right, which is what Paul explains, okay. And if you want to see that, then just go through the videos, which are right here, okay. Go through that channel, Paul Meter GGS 11, and I walk you through it syllable by year. He tracks the Roman Empire exactly to our AD years. So exactly in retrospection, we can see what happened, just as exactly in retrospection. Mary had plotted history from the first Hanukkah, picking up exactly from the retrospection Daniel used in Daniel 9. So you have a complete timeline from 1010 BC, when David became king in Hebron, all the way to the end of Odovaker. Now, I dare anybody to tell me, because that was all future, okay. That to them, when they were writing, Daniel was writing up to his current date, and Mary was writing up to her current date, but Paul's tagging both of them from their past to our future. Our future hadn't happened yet when Paul wrote. I don't care how you date Ephesians. It's not possible to date it as late as Odovaker. Okay, well, he does a complete timeline going year by year by year to every Roman emperor and every stupid church father, all the way to Constantine, making fun of Constantine, criticizing him for good reason, to show the death of the Roman Empire due to the death of Christian fealty to the Bible. Check it yourself. Okay, so that's the correction to the Patu timeline. He's not using would have been, should have been age. He's using the age the Lord should have been based on Mary at the end of her timeline. That's the should have been age he was going with. Peace out. This is where I left off at the end of the last survey, because I saw some mistakes. So I fixed them now. And what I had closed by saying is that it's not always a complete no-brainer as to when the letter is written, or there are elements in the formula that are puzzling. All right, now that could be A, because you did it wrong, but it could also be B, because God's trying to stress it by means of the, as it were, disjointedness of the calculation. And I'm not always sure in what I've written which it is, and of course I'm still not sure that the months that I'm assigning to these things are exactly right. Sometimes it seems like it's just crying to be a certain value. And I state that, but, I'm skeptical of myself, so I'm hoping that you too will be skeptical. So a whole lot of people are going to naturally want to be skeptical because, dear Dr. So-and-so never heard of this, so how can it be true? Unfortunately, dear Dr. So-and-so got in a rut, and I'm not trying to condemn him for that. It's not easily understandable. We all get in ruts. And what happens when the academic community gets in ruts is they don't do de novo research anymore. They just quote each other. And that's what's happened to Christianity. fact, that's been a problem in Christianity for quite a long time. It is totally the problem in Catholicism and Calvinism. There are a lot of really, really smart people in those denominations who are, fluent in the Hebrew and fluent in the Greek, but, they get along to go along. They go along to get along. They work to live. They don't live to work. So if you don't have a passion for the Word of God itself, and they started out having that passion, but somewhere along the line, I don't know, probably because of politics. I mean, I still maintain that every scholar, I don't care how many mistakes he makes, he should be paid $1 billion a year. Because this is painstaking work. We wouldn't have Bible without them. But, and it's a big but, they're not doing their job now. And so even a brain out can get things that they're not getting. That's basically what seems to be the theme of what I'm doing here. I mean, applied to other people. As far as I'm concerned, I'm doing it because I don't understand. I'm doing it because I need the answers, and I'm doing it because the answers aren't out there. So, de novo. Hello. Okay, so you're looking at it. Colossians. When he should have been 59, this is one of the meters in the letter. No brainer. Except, watch this, 4106 plus 59 is not 4166, it's 4165. So how do I know he's not writing in 4165? I just redid the doc for this. The reason I know is because in order to balance the other numbers, the 91 and the 70, I have to use 66 most of the time, which means he's writing on a cusp. But it isn't a cusp of vernal versus autumnal equinox. It's the cusp of his own birthday. So, therefore, he's writing just before Hanukkah. I had originally said in the Colossians video that he was writing at or just after Hanukkah. No, I had it reversed. So that's the kind of stuff you're going to run into, is that even when you have these no-brainer meter numbers that are his would have been, should have been age, like this is he should have been 59 if he had been born on the original schedule of 4106. Even when you got something like this, you're going to have some head scratching. And the head scratching is designed to call attention to. Now, am I really right even now saying, oh, it's just before pre-Hanukkah? Well, I'm saying it because there's a lot of cusps. See, if he's balancing the 35th year after the Lord's ministry start. Well, the only way you can balance to that is to use evaluation end of year. Okay? And that's 34 because it's 35th year. But I still have to use 66. So if I have to use 66 to balance to his Dateline formula, then it can't be 65. But he also can't be the age he's supposed to be once 4166 applies to him. So he's got to be still a year younger. So he hasn't yet reached his what should have been 63rd birthday. See, should have been 59 means he's 3 years older. Okay, and in 66, he should become 63 age because he was born in 4103, first quarter. So then this tells me, okay, the Adamic year started. But if he's still 59, then it's not Hanukkah yet. How far after Rosh Hashanah, but before Hanukkah is this? I'm guessing it's just before, but that doesn't make it true. It's cute, okay, considering what he's talking about. All of his themes are about endings. So I'm thinking, okay, he's adopting a fiscal year that's based on the Lord's birthday. Because then the year is ending for him. We are his bride. The year is going to end for us, but not on time. That's what Colossians is about. Church is going to win the angelic conflict, but it's going to be delayed. So he plays on endings and should have been, because there shouldn't have been a church, because Israel shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda accepted him when he came. Their loss is our gain. That's the theme of Colossians. And Ephesians will say the same thing. Of course, Colossians came out after Ephesians. Just a little bit after Ephesians. And I think I've said in other videos before that Colossians came out before. It's not. It's after. So these meters are playing on his meters in Ephesians. These are all AD years. Well, if they're AD years, then the closest fiscal they're based on is his birthday, because his birthday is within a week of the Roman year. Okay? And this tally that he did in Ephesians completely tallies up to RAD for the Roman AUC. The Roman. Well, that's January, December. So this is my justification for saying he must have been writing just before Hanukkah. Not on it, but before it. Because he's saying the Lord should have been 59. That's age last birthday convention. It's an accounting convention that's used, in actuarial science and elsewhere. I mean, that's the modern use, but in ancient times they had similar calculations. They always were, going from beginning of year to end of year. That's one reason why we have trouble with their numbers. Because they finally said, to heck with the beginning of year to end of year. We'll just say year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. No matter when in the year it is. Okay? That's why they did that in part. It was just easier to count with your fingers. This is the first year, this is the second year, this is the third year. And forget how it relates to somebody else. This is this thing's own first year, like it's your own first birthday. That's what he's doing here. So, 35th year after the ministry start, even the 35th year, not 35, but 35th, that requires a 66. So, okay, he's got to be writing just before Hanukkah. And then it's 91 split in 2, it goes 41, 45 aft. That's when Tiberius starts. And again, you get a little fiscal shift in there. Okay, so if you're getting a fiscal shift, because Tiberius started in September, you're getting a fiscal shift to get to Tiberius, then he's got to be measuring from 66, or you wouldn't need it. Okay, and then to repay the 10 years that he lost because he's born, dies 10 years early, that's another fiscal shift. I have to go back to 4165 for that. For that one, and for Tiberius, I got to go back to 4165. So he's making a shift based on his birthday. That's the only thing I can come up with in order to have to use 65 sometimes, but 66 at other times. That means he's newly in 66, but somewhere close to Hanukkah. Now, if you come up with another number, let me know. But that's what I'm going through here is examples of where it seems like it's a no-brainer on the surface. But then when you do the numbers, it's like, well, wait a minute, this doesn't exactly always align. So God's telling you, hi, there's a switch going on here. There's a fiscal switch. Because it's reconciling 3 different fiscal years. September, okay, vernal, and his own birthday. So if you have to switch to get the numbers right, then that means he's writing close to the end of one of those fiscals. We can't be writing close to the end of the Adamic fiscal, and he can't be writing close to the end of the vernal fiscal, so what's left? His own birthday. That's my conclusion. So this is the kind of games that you end up playing with it, but notice the commonality. Bald, just like I was showing you in the last 2 increments. Bald. He should have been age 59. So how come we don't know when these Bible books were written? Huh? Why don't we know? Everybody in the ancient world parsed their texts in clauses. Greek, especially because it was famous for its poetry, and its poetry was parsed by clauses. So how come we don't know to do that with the Bible? See, this is what I mean. The scholars have gotten I'm not saying that there aren't any scholars who are good. What I think I'm saying is that a lot of them are too, like afraid. Maybe not afraid, but the culture in academia, and it's been like this for a long time, the culture in academia is that you sit on your hands. You don't do original research. And I'm thinking, well, what's the point of getting a doctorate then? Yeah, when you do your doctorate, when you do your PhD thesis, okay, you are supposed to really basically prove that, hi, I've read everybody, and this is what they said, and I understand what they said, and here's a synthesis of what they said, and here's where I stand amongst the different points of view about what they said. That's pretty much what a thesis does. It proves you did your homework. That's about all it's supposed to do. The one thing a thesis is not supposed to do is it's not supposed to be original research. It's supposed to be a survey of the research to show that you understand what that survey is. Then you get your degree, because then the college is satisfied that they trained you well enough. Okay. After that, though, hello. Once you've got your THD, your PhD, your master's degree, hello, now it's time to do original research de novo. But here's what happens. They don't do that. They go right on quoting all the other dear Dr. So-and-so before them. And then they pick among the dear Dr. So-and-sos, if they have to, in order to take a position among them for themselves. They do not do de novo original research. Now, why am I haranguing on that? Because the Bible's so-called translations, they're not doing original retranslation from the original Hebrew and Greek. They're copying what the other translations say to be politic. And the same thing is true for the denominations and the doctrines. So this doctrine about how God orchestrates time and how Bible book dates work, nobody knows. And they don't know because they're not looking. Now, the other point about this, if even a stupid brainout like me can do it, and I mean, I shouldn't say stupid exactly, because this is kind of painstaking work, and you got to be, tolerant of numbers. If I can do this, then there are a whole lot of people smarter than me who can do it. So this is verifiable. That's the point. So verifiable. Is it really just before Hanukkah? Well, you've heard my reasons why. Is it right or wrong? You can check it. That's the point. And yes, you have to do original research in the Bible, because you have to stand on your own 2 feet before God. You can't rely on dear Dr. So-and-so, even if you are a Dr. So-and-so. You can't rely on your credentials. Your credentials don't mean anything. The only value of credentials is high. That's supposed to mean that you are capable of doing original research. So here it is. And if it's right, I didn't make it right. If it's right, these are God's words counted by the syllables. Well, they're not my words. Okay? So, 59. These are the numbers. And this is the fiscal switch issue that makes me conclude Hanukkah. And then it goes on. I mean, sorry to spend so much time on that, but that was a methodology issue. Plus the fact of why doesn't anybody else know, which drives me crazy. So I shouldn't drive you crazy. Okay, 56 went out. Now this next guy, Paul writes next to the Philippians. Okay, this is his swan song letter. Okay. I love this letter. It is horrible in translation. Horrible, 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 horrible. Okay, 4166. Well, this is 4166. This is, I'm saying, pre-Hanukkah. Now you know why. How do I know this is vernal? AD 60? How do I know that it's AD 60? How do I know that it's between a month and 3 months later? A week and 3 months later? Well, 66 is 28 after the Lord's death and pre-trib start. But here's your kicker again. See, obvious, obvious, obvious. 63 after his actual birth. Well, then it has to be 60. It's not a would have been. This is would have been, should have been. Would have been, should have been, woulda, coulda, shoulda. This is actual. It's clever of Paul to have it to go from woulda, shoulda, coulda in Colossians, which is about woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because if the Jews would have been more receptive of Christ, there would have been no church. But because they weren't, the woulda, coulda, shoulda falls to church. And churches woulda, coulda, shoulda is going to be delayed because we're as bad as the Jews. Okay? So now he uses realities. Yeah, because Philippians is basically autobiographical. Paul makes an issue of himself as the poster boy in Philippians. That's one reason it's so personal and engaging. In the Greek, in the English, it puts you to sleep within the first 7 words. Okay, so the translators didn't understand what Paul was saying. Because I sure wouldn't have translated half of what they say the way they translate it. It's got no zing, it's got no bite, it's got no wit, and everything in Philippians has got wit. Paul uses the word shit in Philippians 3:8. Does that tell you something of the difference? Skubala is the Greek translation. It literally means turds. That tells you something that, maybe the Greek is a little more lively than the snoozy English that doesn't ever even make any sense. So, actualities. Shit is a reality. Shit happens. 63, vote short. The Lord is 63 and we ain't grown up yet? We aren't going to get there. Famous number in Isaiah. Isaiah 53:9 to 53:10 is 63 syllables from 53:10 to 53:11, which is the cross, him being on the cross and paying. That's also 63 syllables. Mankind's vote is short. Therefore, there needs to be a cross. Okay, he's now 63. Reality. Philippians is about reality, learning to love it, which I don't. God is going to teach me how at some point. I mean, he's been teaching me how, but I'm no slow at listening to him. Okay, so 28 from his death, actual. 28 from pre-trib start. Okay, his death, 41:36 plus 28, 41:64. Okay, but you don't count it that way. 41:37 plus 28 plus, this is a killer, 1. Why? Because he's going to switch fiscals. He switches fiscals. So because he switches fiscals, I know that he's writing after this one, after Hanukkah. And what's the next fiscal? The vernal. This balances his death only on the vernal. If you add 1, yet it's still 63 after his birth. Switching fiscals based on his birth. Birth fiscal and vernal fiscal. And then he's also going forward 63 years in the 42:29. I don't know why. It has something to do with Zechariah's prophecy. Okay? Then we take 63 divided by 2. Okay? I'm just trying to show you the range. The formulas you'll notice are the same. It's always to the trib or to the millennium. It's always from his birth, woulda, shoulda, or from his birth, actual, or from his death, woulda, shoulda, because there's 3 of them. There's woulda, shoulda under Abraham, woulda, shoulda under David, and woulda, shoulda actual. Okay, so we got 3 death dates and 2 birth dates. And they all play on one of them, at least one of them. And then you got to the trib, to the mid-trib, to the millennium. Or, and that's what we're measuring here, to Zechariah. See right here, 42:29. That will be in the last 80 syllables of his prophecy. I gotta go look. Because his prophecy runs to 42:40. He takes Mary's Magnificat, he adds 84 syllables to it. to extend the prophecy 40 years past the millennium. Why? I don't know. I covered it in the videos already, though. So I got to go watch those videos and find out what it was I learned. Okay, 63 divided by 2. Let's go back here. Okay, after the start of his ministry and mid-trib. Okay, start of his ministry was 4133 plus 31.5 is 4164.5. Yeah. Then you have to add 0.5. And then you have to add 1 fiscal spread. He's doing a fiscal spread there of some kind. Okay. The actual document in Philippians explains this better than I'm doing. All right. But you'll see how it works, and you'll go, oh, that's odd. But it isn't odd. It's the way you do accounting when you are counting 1 year for one purpose and you don't want to count it again for a different purpose. It drives people crazy when they're doing Roman years and ancient world accounting. But that's how they did it. All right. And then you have mid-trib. Well, mid-trib is kind of a no-brainer. You have 4,200 minus 3.5 minus 31.5, 4165. And again, that would be a fiscal switch. So now you make it plus 1. So see, the fact that he's splitting the 63 there alerts you the fiscal switch. See, because of the fiscal switch, you've got to account. Your count spans up to 1.5 years greater. Now, the fiscal switch isn't always they don't always employ it. But when they do, that means it's important. Why is it important? It has a message to do with the doctrine itself in the letter. Okay? Like I said, that document down in Philippians explains it better. It's all about how to think under pressure. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So you're constantly switching the fiscals back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And therefore, we switch fiscals from here to the next one, which is here, which is vernal, because the fiscal year that begins after Hanukkah is vernal. Now, did I calculate that rightly, or is it a bunch of bunk? You tell me. See, the purpose of all this talking isn't to flap my gums. It's supposed to be to do like a journal entry to record how this stuff works. And then you can do it yourself. And if there was a Dear Dr. So-and-so's book I could refer you to instead, I'd rather do that. But there ain't none. So you're stuck with me until you can do it yourself, and then you can be rid of me. Okay, and 4166 is the next letter in Philemon. Start of 4167. That's AD 60. Again, same years. The Lord should have been, was actually, not should have been. That should have been is up here. The Lord is 63 at the time I write you. So it has to be 66. It has to be at or after Hanukkah, period. It can't be 63. They don't do nearest birthday. They do nearest year, but they don't do nearest birthday. They only do last birthday. All throughout the Bible, that's the convention. You don't round ages, but you do round years. Okay, so he's 63 years old. This has to be after Hanukkah 466, period. Okay? It could be the beginning of 467 because he's still age 63 at the beginning of the vernal, or the end of the vernal, because the vernal ends in Adar. So that would be the start of vernal 4167. Okay? Or Adamic, rather, here. Yeah, because the vernal ended in Elul. The Adamic ended in Elul in summer. Okay, so he's 63 years old. All right, so now, what do we have here? Yeah, I'm sorry. This has to be vernal. 66, he turned 63, wait a minute. He turned 63 in Hanukkah. The vernal would just be coming 66. So this isn't a start. Oh, then that can't be September, December. I'm going to fix it and come back. Got it? Just a second. Okay, this is right, but it's Adamic. I got tongue-tied. Okay, this is the end of 4166 Adamic. All right, the start of 4167 Adamic. So it is 6 months after this, 6 to 9 months. Okay, he's talking in the new Adamic, possibly in the new Adamic 67. It's another cusp issue. Okay, new Adamic. He turned 63 in 4166. He should be almost 64, but he's not there yet. This again, Bible uses last birthday, never nearest. Okay, so he's writing sometime after Rosh Hashanah and sometime before Hanukkah. Okay, so he's 63 years old. Again, bald statement, because he's still 63. It's within a year. Same formula as to the Philippians. 63 divided by 2. Same formula. Except now he's measuring from after the Lord's death. Okay? He died 3 years after he started. So then this is a different kind of cusp formula. Okay? Because he's writing, 9 months later. At least 6, possibly 9 months later. Okay, so now he's going to use a formula that's based on his death rather than his ministry. Because it's divided by 2. So 3 divided by 2 is 1.5 years later. So that serves his purpose. And then he's really trying to plan 33rd year pre-mill. Okay, see, 33rd year pre-mill. Either way. 33rd year or 33 years. 33rd year is really 32 until the end of it. Okay, 33rd year pre-mill is really 32, except at the beginning of it, because it's pre. Sorry. All right, and then he's switching fiscals again. So he's on the cusp of a fiscal, or he's at the cusp of a new year. Because you only have to switch fiscals if you're on the cusp. All right. Now, part of this is, again, where I said you sometimes have mystery formulas. In Philemon, he's saying something about 140 years prior to when he writes, because 140 is his dateline. And you can divide this by 2. In other words, 140 divided by 2 is 70 years, but even that's mysterious. 70 years prior to 4166 or 4167, or the 70th year prior, or the 140th year prior, which means 139. Could mean even 141, could mean even 71. You got, a spread there. What years are those? 79 BC, I can't figure that out. 10 BC, I can't figure that out. Flip side, okay, it could be 78 BC, it could be 81 BC, I don't know. 81 BC is Sulla, social war. Okay, but why would he tie that to Philemon? What does that have to do with his request in Philemon? The doctrine in his Philemon is high, we're all slaves. Free, Onesimus means useful. Minister, useful. What's that have to do with Sulla? Well, you could argue it has something. Because Sulla considered himself a dictator. In those days, that's how they did things. It caused a really bad war, caused a lot of civil war. But civil war isn't the theme of Philemon, is it? So I'm stumped there. 10 BC, 9 BC, 11 BC, what's that? So I don't know. So this is a little more suspect because I don't know. It's a second dateline. I need to know. Because until I know there's something funky about this, this might not be right. So that's another thing you're going to encounter in your datelines. Is you're reasonably sure when you got something bald like, hi, the Lord is 63 years old, and by the way, I'm using the same formula as I used in Philippians, which was a no-brainer, then this has to be the right date somehow. Okay, well then what's with the 140? Or did I do the meter wrong? See? But maybe you didn't do the meter wrong because the 63 and the 33 pun really works well. But maybe after 63, you did the meter wrong. Maybe it's not 140, except that you get 175 to end it. So maybe there's something in 10 BC or 79 BC, 78 or 81 or 9 or 11 that is relevant. If so, what is it? Because the meter has to be useful. Okay, Acts, that's no-brainer. But this is the first epistle of them all. And this ends up being the writing style. Okay. Acts is the first one to say, hi, I'm writing you 19 years after Acts, and 33 years because the Lord was dead then, and 49 years before and after Y, which is my first dateline, and I last wrote you is where it starts 19. In this Adamic year, which is based on the year he should have died under the Abrahamic schedule plus 19. Sorry, I'm allergic to spring. Pollen is in the air. It's actually 19th. So he was using that to build on that, to build on that, to build on that, like little stepping stones. He's using each one of the clauses as a meter stepping stone. This style is how John writes all of his letters. So that's why I highlighted it in yellow, because it's precedented. Now maybe it's in the Old Testament, but I don't know. I'm starting to cough again, but I'll sign on. Okay, back. The point is that John is aping this writing style. Did it actually originate with Acts, or is it in the Old Testament? I don't know. I don't know about the Old Testament. It's the first time I've seen it in the New Testament. So that's another change in the writing style that you got to take into account. In other words, whenever you have a 7 date, it's going to be based on a limited number of formulas in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, it could be a wider range. But the future formulas in New or Old Testament are always measured in terms of the millennium, or the tribulation, or the mid-tribulation, or Messiah's arrival. Okay? In the Old Testament, because Messiah's arrival was yet future, they measure in terms of that. That's how Moses did Psalm 90. First arrival, birth. Therefore, retroactively, they also base it on his birth, his death, start of his ministry, his would have been, should have been dates of those same things. So it becomes kind of predictable when you see one of these gold numbers, how you should look at it. You just select them on 4 or 5 formulas. It's one of them. Okay? That tells you how deliberate the meter is. That also tells you if you got the count right. But when you get something like this with the stepping stones, then it's a lot more precise as to when the writer writes. Okay? At the same time, it's a lot more complicated. Because you have to say, okay, this first thing, this 19 is 19 years, or the 19th year, to or from X. And then the next step will tell you what X is related to. Okay, so if 19 is there, that's to or from a past. Usually it's a from a past, not to anything. What is it from? Well, your next step will tell you. 33. Well, what was that? What does that call to your mind? Oh, he died when he was 33. Okay, so it's 19 years from something to do with his death. Well, but you got 3 dates for his death that they play with. Would have been, should have been 46 under Abraham. Would have been, should have been 43 under David. Or when he actually died in 36. And what you find out when you play with that is which only one of them is going to fit 19. Okay? Then your next clue is the 49 itself. Is it 49 years prior to, or 49 years, from the year of writing, or is it the 49th year prior to, or the 49th year to some future date measured by the millennium, the tribulation, or the mid-trib, and sometimes by other counts like the Abraham payoff, the 4-year countdown to the millennium. Okay, and if you're still not sure, then you got this. Somewhere in these kind of stepping stone formulas, tic-tac-toe, I call it, will be an Adamic year. So now you say, oh, yeah, the text says I last wrote you. See, that's how come I use this as the name of it. I last wrote you, Theophilus, back when I first wrote you. 19. So somehow, 19 years measured from one of his death dates, or 18 years measured from one of his death dates, is going to equal when he last wrote. Well, that was 64. 4164 is when he last wrote Theophilus. Isn't that cute? So you can proof your math. All right, so, and then, I already went through the videos on this. 82 is the first triumvirate's end, and 89 is the first triumvirate's beginning, because that's church going to civil war, wacko. That's what Acts are all about. The wacko Christians, including Paul. All right, so then you test your 49. All right, 49 divided by 2 is that number of years, which is 24.5, after it should have been Davidic death and before the pre-trib start. So it's 24.5 years in either direction. But he does a fiscal switch. So he's writing near a fiscal cusp. Okay? And which fiscal cusp is it? Well, vernal. Now, if you think I got it backwards, and I do get it backwards sometimes, so I could be wrong. Now you know how to do the calculation yourself. And then, to make sure that the year is completely understood, he uses a historical, and that often happens in these years. In this case, it's after Herod. In this case, it's after SPQR appointed Herod, because Herod has a lot of key dates too. Which after Herod? After Herod what? After Herod started rule, after Herod started building the temple, because those are formulas these gospels use, these dateline meters use. Different dates about Herod. When he started the rule, when he beat Antigonus, when he started to reconstruct the temple. Which one? Well, 105 years passed. Or the 105th year passed. Disputative date will tell you which Herod and which Herod event. Okay? And then he ends prophetically with the tag on Ephesians 1:6. Uh-oh, I'm coughing again. Maybe I better get some cough drops. Okay, I've got a cough drop and I took my allergy medicine. Good girl. Now, the point is that these stepping stones help you check your math en route. With John's letters, and I haven't yet noticed it with anybody else, with John's letters, you end up being able to pinpoint sometimes even the day of the month. Okay. I probably can do that with this. Okay. In order to do that, what you do is you convert the year into increments. See, here's a story. A year is 12 months. All right. So 1 divided by 12 is 1 month. So the year 1 and 1 month is that old. Because you can convert all the years into decimal increments of 0.0833 per month. And you should be able to get real close. I was with John's letters anyway, real close to the exact day he wrote. Can you do that with this? Probably, but I just haven't paid enough attention to it yet. This is my first pass through on the meters for the whole NT. Okay. I will doubtless be revising this over and over and over as I learn more. See, this is all forensic. I find it, I disclose it, then I go back. That's what I'm doing. That's why it's so messy. Because I don't know if I die tomorrow. All right? And that way the methodology gets disclosed in case I die tomorrow. Okay, fiscal switch 49 divided by 2. If you have to use a fiscal switch, then he's probably writing near the beginning of a fiscal change. Whether it's a fiscal change of the same kind of fiscal year, like on the cusp of an old year starting a new year, or whether it's between, he's on the cusp of a switch to a different kind of fiscal year, like from vernal to autumnal to the Lord's birthday. He's writing on some kind of cusp. But if I have to do a fiscal switch, he's writing on a cusp of one of those. Cusp of a year, cusp of a change in fiscal. Here I had to do a fiscal switch, a 0.5 switch to get this to work. Okay, so that makes me conclude that it's a March-April. Now sometimes when I do these calculations, I get confused, and when I say it's March-April, it's really September or Hanukkah. Okay, so if you see an error, it'll stick out, God will show it to you. See, right now it's screwed up here. All right, pre-trib start is the other measure with the 49 divided by 2, 24.5. But where I had stopped in the last increment was after Herod started. After Herod what? Lots of different events in Herod's life. In this case, it's talking about Herod Agrippa. Well, you do the math. 105 years back of this date. Okay, like this. Let me show you. 4168 is our putative date. It's really 4168.5 on the Adamic. Minus 105 is 4063. That doesn't mean anything to us. So you have to subtract 4106 to convert to BC. That's 43 BC. That was when SPQR awarded Herod the territory known as Judea. Okay? So that is Herod the Great. I'm sorry. It was Herod the Great, not Agrippa. I'm getting him confused because it's 105 years ago. I have to fix that. I'll fix it right now. Back. Let's just fix it. In the video, I said Herod Agrippa because I was confusing it with the Herod talked about in the book. This is Herod the Great. Okay. So now we go back. Bing, bing, bing. Up, up, up. Okay. Save it. So you have some kind of historical tag, especially in a situation where you got a complicated situation, complicated set of numbers like this, that actually is better. This is a better way to do your date lines. It gives you more that you can say, and you've got more opportunities to tie it to history. This is the end of the first triumvirate with Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey. This is the beginning of it. Sic transit gloria mundi. That's the point of the letter. So the glory of the world passes, but we're chasing after it anyway. That's the book of Acts. After Herod the Great started, he was appointed by SPQR 43 BC. It took him a long time to actually get dominance, but and then 119 tag on Ephesians 1:6, and that matters because Ephesians 1:6 is all about how church and Rome getting lots and lots of trouble. That's 119 AD. We're getting lots of trouble because Hadrian comes to power at the Era in Telematos. That's the first Telematos. That stands for Trajan's death and Hadrian's accession. That was disputed by Romans at the time. They thought that Trajan's wife was in love with Hadrian. And Hadrian ended up traveling all over the place. Hadrian had lots and lots of run-ins with the Jews. So putting Herod here and then coupling it with the tag to Ephesians 1:6 is very pithy for the setting of his book. Because the setting of his book is civil war. The Jews basically engage in civil war. But the Christians are doing it too. Everybody destroying everybody else's Bible. Your denomination versus my denomination. And because you wrote your own Bibles, how do I know you didn't screw them up? So I'm just going to destroy your Bibles. That's why we have so few. And that's why so many of the ones that we do have are in scraps. Too often we blame persecutions on the pagans. We're busy cannibalizing each other. And all you have to do is read the church fathers to know that. You know, the victor gets to rewrite history. And the victor obviously were a bunch of liars. Worst people on the planet. Church fathers. You have to have Pepto-Bismol. You have to drink it like soda to read the church fathers. It's just horrible. Makes Hitler look like Mary Poppins. But enough digression. But that's how it starts. That's why it starts. This trend of history acts. That's why I wrote it. It's prophetic as well as historical. And it's prophetic that church is bad. But, you know, if you're already a baby Christian and you read Acts, oh, they fasted, so I will too. Oh, they drew lots to elect an apostle, so I will too. The fact that it's really obviously not God's will that got done there. When Peter had his bad hair day, nobody regards that. Well, Peter elected an apostle, so that's apostolic succession. No, it isn't. Peter was out of fellowship when he did that. And the big key that Peter was out of fellowship when he did that is that he lies about how Judas died. Matthew recorded how Judas died. Peter makes up a lie about it. He spreads gossip. So Peter was not in fellowship with God if he's lying, correct? Go read it in Acts yourself. He ran headlong and his bowels gushed out. That's not how he died. He hung himself out of grief, out of remorse, which tells you he was a believer, which tells you he was saved. That's what Matthew records. Now, who are you going to pay attention to? A lying apostle who thinks that he can take on the job of God? Or the guy who was so mature that he was the first guy to write the Bible after Christ died, in the year that he died? Who do you trust? Peter does not look good in the book of Acts. God upbraids him several times. He gets the message finally, he grows up and he learns. But, you know, he doesn't look good. None of them do. Even Paul doesn't look good. Paul looks like a pompous ass. But you see now, the theme is tied to by the meter references of historical events. And this particular one is a tag back to Ephesians that's saying about the same thing. Plus it's 58 plus 58, because under Hadrian, the Jews would erupt in civil war. Now that's a prophetic tag at the time Acts is written. Okay? But somebody would have explained it, hi, in the future there's going to be a civil war. And then whatever God gave them to say. Because this recurs in all the books. You get a 119, a 112, you know, some version of it. Anywhere between 112 and 133, because they all mean the same thing. This number is talking about civil war. Civil war, rebellion. Civil war, rebellion. 133, civil war, rebellion. That was established by Isaiah. 140, civil war, rebellion. 270s have passed and you still screwed up. So that's why when Timothy is next, and this goes back to being a no-brainer, bald meter, high, he's 69. First Dateline meter, really surprised here. That's so long. It's 140 divided by 2. That means it should be, is, soon, actually, his 70th year. So you know that he has to be writing after his 69th birthday. Because you can't have your 70th year until your 69th birthday. Your 70th year cannot begin until your 69th birthday. So the earliest he could be writing would be December, Hanukkah of 72. Okay? Now it could be as late as January. Pun doesn't work too well once you start getting beyond January. But theoretically, it could be January, it could even be Ziv. Because he's playing on when Gabriel visited Zacharias. That was in Ziv, second month. So that would be March, April, about May. Third week of March, the third week of April is the first month. Third week of April, third week of May is Ziv. So sometime in May. Okay, so then it's not too likely that he's writing that late. Might be, a couple months or a month before Ziv. It kind of stretches it to say Ziv. All right? 4172 plus 70 is the end of Zechariah's prophecy. Oh, okay, so we're going to have to pay attention to that. I don't remember what he says. And the 154 prior was the social war between Sulla and Marius. Oh, okay. Why? Because 1 Timothy is about contending for the doctrine and avoid all those contenders that are going against doctrine. Avoid the contention when false doctrine abounds. You just study and teach, study and teach, study and teach, study and teach. Because that was Timothy's job. And just avoid all the nonsense. Oh, well, the Bible was really written 100 years later than everybody says. Oh, yeah? Prove it. Because this book is saying that this book was written when he was 69. That he was in his 70th year, which means he just turned. Could be, I suppose, a little bit later. Okay? And 154 divided by 2 was when Augustus' head tax first went to the provinces. That was about 12 BC. He did a huge tax reform in 25 BC. But it took about 12 years to roll it out to the provinces. And Quirinius ran it. So if Quirinius ran it in 12 BC, why do you think Luke is mentioning Quirinius in 4 BC? Oh, well, because Quirinius was in Syria already with one of Augustus's heirs. I think it was Drusus or Germanicus, I forget which, who was getting some training in how to head a garrison. He was heading up a garrison. So he had the requisite rank to collect the tax from a dying Herod. He would be called hegemon, which is the word that Luke uses in Luke 3. Hello. Now, the head tax was already a Jewish system. Augustus's reform merely, Augustus collected the tax from Herod, but Herod was dying in 4 BC. So, who's going to collect the tax? Herod couldn't have his soldiers go send it because Herod himself was dying. And there was all this mishmash about who's going to take over after him. So, okay, Augustus was the executor of Herod's will. So Augustus says to Quirinius, hi, here's the rank of hegemon, go pick up the tax, bring it back to Syria with, a cohort from the garrison. Ding. No big deal. And people say, well, how come we don't have a Roman census? Because the Romans didn't run the system. The Jews did. Head tax was already a law since Moses. You had a head tax that you had to pay. Okay, it was like a shekel or 2 shekels or a drachma or 2 drachmas, whatever it was, that coin parable that the Lord used. It was a head tax per person, per capita. Capita means head, right? 41, 72 then is when he writes. Now here's cute. 77 is our next dateline, or it's not actually dateline. Well, yeah, it is. No, it's not. 77 is half of 154. 42, 49, 9 years past Zacharias. I don't know what that means yet. Okay? So, what do you know here? It's kind of still bald, his age. What do you know here? Well, say sometimes use historical events. Are the historical events that I'm showing you on screen the actual ones that Timothy had in mind, or that Paul had in mind when writing Timothy? I don't really know. Those are the ones I could find, and they tie thematically to what the text says. If you find a better reference for the same year, let me know. Okay, so now, Titus. Again, kind of a no-brainer. He uses 66 when the Lord would have been 66. Should have been, would have been. Not actual. This is actual. Okay, same year. Now he's using woulda, shoulda, coulda to Titus. Okay, because his theme to Titus is very similar to the one to 1 Timothy. Husband, take care of, be pastor of the rebelling house of God. Now, in that very year, this is why he's using woulda, shoulda, coulda. In 66, that's when the breakdown occurs. In Jerusalem, Nero, who was in Greece, ordered Vespasian, who was above Greece, running, managing troops. He was a military officer. He ordered Vespasian to take troops with him and go to Jerusalem because a guy named Gallus was supposed to put down a rebellion by the Jews who were rebelling against Florus, who took money out of the temple. So Gallus was beaten by the Jews. So now Nero, who's playing the liar in Greece, orders Vespasian to go clean it up. That's what was happening when Paul wrote in the summer of 66. I'm kind of presuming it's the summer. I don't have clear, hard evidence that it was the summer when he wrote. Okay? So that's why all of his references are dates in history. He's writing 119 is very pregnant, divided by 2, after Judea became a Roman province. He's writing 133 divided by 2 after the Lord's woulda, shoulda, coulda birth, which is the 16 meter. Okay, and the clever words here are chronological. So he's playing on Chronos, Saturnalia festival when the Lord was born. It's really cute. 119 years after Crassus sacked the temple. See? Because the current rebellion is occurring because Florus took money out of the temple. 133 years after Hyrcanus too, because he did some usurping also. Hyrcanus usurped Hyrcanus' dad actually usurped the priestly line in the Levitical priesthood, the Maccabees. Okay, they hammered him. And then 147 after the end of the social war, you'll notice that these are all historical dates. You'll also notice they all have to do with Rome or Jerusalem or the temple, because that's exactly what's going to happen, the final takedown of the temple. There's only one date that has to do with the Lord, and that's 133 divided by 2 aft, behind, past. Would have been, woulda, shoulda, coulda. And he's using 66, which is his first benchmark in Ephesians for the first potential rapture date to Titus. Now, as you can hopefully see, and I'm going to terminate this for a while because I need a break. As you can hopefully see, on the one hand, these meters are pretty bald. Hi, the Lord's age. They don't even have to 7 it, but sometimes they do. On the other hand, They're playing switch fiscal games, so that helps you refine what month they're writing in. Okay? On the other hand, they're making some pretty deft ties to history that tie to the doctrinal content of their letter. So on the one hand, this is really bald. On the other hand, it's pretty sophisticated. Best thing about it is it helps you understand how to read these letters. So it gives you a great hermeneutical tool for studying Bible. Now, the next increment of the survey, I've got to go through the other letters, but that'll be later. So now we're at 2 Timothy. That's over here, okay, on the right-hand side of the screen. You'll notice that, and it might be annoying, but I didn't know what monitors would look like, so I made this a little stronger yellow than I like. You see the write you precedent, I write you, little stepping stone numbers. Each clause is a stepping stone that relates to the date written, okay, in order to give you more of a doctrinal preface that's a little more precise and involved. That started in Acts. As far as I know, that's the earliest Bible book that's got this style. So notice, now 2 Timothy. In 1 Timothy, it doesn't look like it's there, but it might be. In Titus, it doesn't look like it's there, but it might be, because he's using meters that are not. Okay? I just didn't need it. I didn't need the stepping stone method to determine when the book was written. I saw it immediately here. Okay? Now, Paul has used, I thought he used 33 before, I guess not. So, to see it here in 2 Timothy, how much are you to think back to the book of Acts? If Acts is really the precedent setter for the style, is that a way to tag the book of Acts and hi, the themes in the book of Acts are hereby incorporated by reference in 2 Timothy? Is Paul expecting Timothy to recognize that and do it by using the same style of tic-tac-toe, stepping stone, datelining in 2 Timothy? I really don't know. I don't need to say that for the theme of his letter to be clear, because, the text is really clear. It's very strident in places, okay? Causes women no end of trouble. I will not allow women to teach. Yeah, of course not. We're reporters. We're witnesses. And really, frankly, I'd rather be a woman than a man. Man has to be all out there in front and in public. Women get to stand behind. That's much better. Okay? But hey, have at it. Strident, very strong letter about male-only teachers here. Same thing went here in 1 Timothy. So you don't need to know that he's writing the same style as Acts to reference the book of Acts. Okay? You don't need that. However, he's using some of the same meters because he's playing on Mary. Still, they all do. With the 105, that's Civil War. The extra 7 years it took for David to get crowned. Okay? 98 plus 7. But if you did incorporate it, well, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Because the book of Acts, this is what Paul's newly in jail again when he writes 2 Timothy. And he's newly in jail again because of what he did in the book of Acts. Because that brought him to the attention of the empire. He had to go to Rome. He appealed to Rome. So when Rome decided that, they were going to have some problem with the Christians, and I do not mean the emperor, I mean the local magistrates. Somebody said, oh, well, that's right. This is the same guy who got arrested in Jerusalem. Let's arrest him again. Who arrested Paul? I don't know, but he ended up going to Rome because he's in Rome when he writes 2 Timothy. So he appealed to the emperor again. It's the same emperor, this time Nero. Of course, Nero's already angry with the Jews, and once he finds out that Paul's a Jew, he's not going to let Paul go. You see a context that you wouldn't otherwise see. Because there's a big debate. When did Paul die? And the stupid church fathers who can't cop to save their lives say that he died in 64. No. This is AD 66. And he's writing Titus. Hello, he's not dead. This is AD 65, 66. And he's writing 1 Timothy. He's not dead. You can't put these letters earlier than this. This is a dateline for one thing. And secondly, Luke flat says at the end of his book, he rented a house for 2 years. That means he got out. And 62, he was in jail for 4 years. Everybody knows he was in jail. It means he got out. Okay, so when did he die? My pastor spent a lot of time trying to figure that out. He finally pegged it at 68 AD. And he taught as part of the story of Paul's fall, which is 1992 Spiritual Dynamics, Series 376, available for free starting at lesson, 1541 to about 100 lessons later. He goes through that. The 68 AD death of Paul. Now what you're seeing on screen, I know it looks like a lot of boring numbers and it's kind of confusing, but once you work through the numbers, you see a chain of events. 59, 60, he's still in jail. Okay, Philemon, he knows he's going to get out of jail. That's how he ends his letter. So, I'm going to be free, so please free Onesimus, Mr. Useful. He was your slave, set him free. So now Paul is set free at the end of the book of Acts. The book of Acts is kind of like a retrospective exposition, which I would bet money that Luke was writing as they traveled, and then he closes it, kind of like a travelogue, and then he closes it at the end. They're out, and he's explaining, summarizing their time, going all the way back to Pentecost, because it's instructive of how goofy we got right away. But Paul's released by the end of the book of Acts. Proof, 65, 66, he writes, proof, contend for the doctrine. Why? Because the theme of Acts is civil war, and it didn't end. It was still going on. So now you got to contend against these other Christians who are contentious about what's doctrine. Canon hasn't been completed yet, but at the same time, hello, God is consistent. There doesn't need to be any contention. There just needs to be more study. Then he writes Titus, who's another teacher. Timothy's one teacher. Titus is another teacher. Titus was the cleanup guy, who Paul dispatched. And he's warning him, look, civil war is impending, not just among us, but now among Rome, because as goes the believer, so goes the polity that the believer lives in. And their polity was the Roman Empire. So now, Paul, who wrote that, because of this happening with Nero ordering Vespasian to Jerusalem, you just know it's not too hard to understand. Nero's against the Jews. He's ordering Vespasian to Jerusalem. Troops are marching. Okay, this was summer of AD 66. So is it much of a surprise that the vernal equinox were nearby it? In AD 67, Paul's already been captured. Now, where was he captured? Well, when he writes Titus, when he writes 1 Timothy, he was in Macedonia. When he writes Titus, I forget where he was. Okay? But this is just starting. That's a historical fact. I'm reading the book on Vespasian now to find out exactly what was the trail of Vespasian. When did he get to Jerusalem? What were the problems he was having? They didn't besiege Jerusalem right away. It took 2 years to even start a valid siege. They cleaned up around the area first. But before he even did that, he had ups and downs with the guy who was the governor of Syria, Mucianus. Okay, so while all that's going down, here's a sort of prescient letter saying, hi, based on all of these little meters here, that stuff's going to happen. Sometime after he wrote this letter, and before he wrote this letter, somebody said, ooh, Nero's upset with the Jews, and Paul is a Jew, and he's well known, and I might get some kind of, blessing from Nero if I capture him. And Paul clearly appealed to Nero. Again, but lost this time. Yeah, because Nero, first of all, is he even there? I think he returns, I forget if he returned at the beginning of 67. He was in Greece, here. So I got to hone down. When did he come back? I think he came back at the beginning of 67 because the Senate said, leave Greece, come here, we need you. All right? So Nero's going to be in a hurry because he doesn't want to be there. So he's just going to say, oh, to hell with it, you're a Jew. Down. No, not listening. Talk to the hand. So Paul loses his first defense when he writes 2 Timothy. See the causality being established here? The chronology being established here? It's really pretty cool, huh? It's a 4-year difference between this and this. Okay? There's a 6-month difference, or 9 months. Summer to March. 9 months, pregnancy, haha. Here. So what kind of style is going to be used? He uses the same style as Acts, because that's really the precedent for a situation. So it's really hard to argue he doesn't want Timothy to look back at the book of Acts. On the other hand, it's kind of, all he's doing is adopting the style. Okay? So how much does he want Timothy to look back at Acts? Well, somewhat, because he doesn't have to adopt the same style. See, this is the kind of subtlety that you get into with the meter, and it really enlivens your reading of the text. It really puts a historical bite underneath the text, because oftentimes Bible text, especially in translation, is so syrupy and vague. Fuzzball English. I hate the English translations for the most part. Sometimes they really get a brilliant translation, but usually it's like, what the heck are they saying? So I have to go to the Greek to find out what it means. All right, so here, same style as Acts. Using what is his first meter? 42. 42 divided by 2 is Jacob's 21 years before he was able to leave Haran and come out and go to the land. Yeah, and Paul's come out and gone to the land of Rome again. First time he rebelled. Second time he was in fellowship. He knows when he writes 2 Timothy 4, 7, and 8, that he's going to be crowned. He made it. He recovered from his bad hair days in Acts. He matured. That's why he wrote the prison epistles and Timothy and Titus. Now he knows he's going to die. This is his swan song. This is his last letter. Okay? So he uses 42, which is really nice. Because on the one hand, he's saying there's been growth. Okay? Because Jacob left Haran with 2 whole families. All right? 2 times 21, double trouble, double portion, double benefit, recompense. You pay back 100% on what you took. Okay? All those ideas in the Bible. So now, but he's using real sophisticated convention here. His first meter, see, where Luke had a 19, Paul has a 10. Okay? So his dateline is actually based on the 10. So after his first imprisonment, which was 10 years prior when he writes. Okay? But 10 years prior when he writes, 68, 58. Okay? It's kind of truncated. 10th year, not 10 years. 10th year. So it means not 9, minus 9. Okay? That was after his first jailing. And then he takes the split. in the 42 and adds 21 to it. I've not seen that done elsewhere. Why is he using that style? He could have padded his syllables in his letter differently and come up with a different number. Why did he use that style? I don't know, but it's got to be doctrinally significant because it's unique. This is one of the things you have to evaluate with the meter. Because either your syllable count is wrong or you're coming up with a unique style. Okay, well, the rest of the syllables are so beautiful and so evocative and so tied to the letter that I have to assume this is a new style. Am I right or wrong? Well, you can tell. Okay? He adds 21 to that 58 when he was in jail, when he started to go to jail. And then he's 21 when he writes, he's 21 years prior to tribulation. Okay? Now that's a kind of interesting number because he has to switch fiscals to say it. Because 73 is not really 21 years from the tribulation. I mean, it almost is, but not quite. Because it depends on whether the tribulation starts on Rosh Hashanah or on the vernal. And according to all the numbers that anybody else is crunching, and you can ask any Jew, the tribulation was supposed to start on Rosh Hashanah. So there's a fiscal switch he has to employ here in order to get this to work. Okay? So 21 years pre-trib start, and then it's the 10th year plus 21 years after he's in jail is when he writes. Okay? That's why it has to be March, I think. And then he's going to be dead a year later. And he knows he's going to die when he writes Timothy. Okay, so his second dateline is 56, and that's real pregnant. That's vote short. But it's not 100% vote short. It's like more like vote in trouble because 56 is the sum of 49 and 7. Missed sabbatical years of 7 on the 49 that elapsed. Church is in trouble. Okay. He splits that to a 28. And he's 28 years pre the millennium. Well, that makes sense because he was measuring pre-trib on 21. So now he's going to split it into 28. And he's in the 28th year, and here's the measure to Christ, post the death that Christ should have died in 41, 46 on the original Abrahamic schedule. So that's really 27 if it's the 28th year. That takes you to 4173 vernal fiscal switch. So he's writing on the cusp. Okay? Then he comes up to 91, that's Ephesians, because he's hearkening me back to Ephesians with this 10th year thing, too. Because he wrote Ephesians, released Ephesians as a result of being in jail. Okay, he could have been writing it prior. And they released it because they were all writing together, James and Luke and Paul. It's hard for me to tell who's first. Okay, it looks like James is playing on Luke, so therefore Luke came out probably first, and Paul is definitely playing on Luke, so then that will put Paul in the middle. So he's using his quarters of church analogy, okay, because he's in the first quarter of church. Here's the Civil War, okay? Here's more Civil War that's prominent in Isaiah 53. Here's more Civil War, which he'd already forecast in Ephesians. So he's tagging. All of these meters tag his own Ephesians, specifically verses 5 and 6, with 14 elided. Okay? I'm not sure I know why it's 14. Okay? And of course, the theme from the text alone, you know this: Christian disaffection, polarization, civil war. That's especially in 2 Timothy 2 through 4. Okay? Doctrines of demons. Christians are drunk on demon doctrines instead of the Bible. So they're disaffected. Polarization's coming. Beware. Okay? Of course, it already started, because that's what 1 Timothy's theme was and Titus's theme was. So now he's more strident. And he ends the letter saying, Timothy, bring Mark, bring my parchments, bring my cloak. Come here, because I ain't going to survive this. And then we next find out about Timothy from the book of Hebrews, chapter 13 through 20, chapter 13, verse 23. Timothy was released. That was in the year of the 4 emperors, which I'll get to in a future meter survey increment. Hopefully the next one. So here, the only reference to the Lord is that Paul's writing the 28th year post when the Lord should have died. Okay? But that still helps you know when it's written. But here we do not see the blatant high I'm writing you when he should have been 70, when he was in his 70th year, rather. See, this is blatant. This is blatant. There's no such blatancy here. Why? Okay? Because this is blatant. This is, I should have been age 67. The Lord should have been 67. But it doesn't look like it on the surface. So, in a way, the date lines, this is the only one that ties to his age. Okay? And you can say, well, it's not blatant then. But this is, should have been, when the Lord should have been 67. Because it is 73. There's a 6-year difference between the Adamic year and the AD year, except when it's between September and December. So it's not between September and December. Okay? So that's pretty cool. Now, Peter, therefore, plays off that. But Peter is first dedicated to playing off Ephesians, and that's what I'll come back to in the next increment. This is an addendum to the 2 Timothy video because there's another math relationship I didn't show, which I ought to show. This is 2 Timothy's own dateline meter. Okay, up here in the top window is the Luke dateline meter, which I've been using for the meter survey videos. And now I want to walk you through the math of this because it is so clever. It really should be shown. So I'm going to show it. All right, where do I want to put this? I think I'll put it, I could put it there. No, let's put it right here in the middle. Okay, I'm going to cover up some of the header there. All right, as I talk, look on the far right-hand column. Let's do it that way. So because I need to show that. Look in the right-hand column. It's far right-hand column of numbers. Okay, far right-hand column. And I'm going to talk you through the writing style that Paul is copying from the writing style in Acts, the stepping stones. Each one of these meters is a stepping stone. Watch how cutely it works. I, Paul, am writing you, and the writing year, of course, is 4173. In the 10th year, which is 9 years, after I was last imprisoned. Of course, that's the last time he wrote Ephesians. That year, 4164, was 18 years after he should have died on the original Abrahamic schedule. But he did die. Now look at the orange 14. 14 years prior. But 14 years prior to that date, when he was supposed to be dead in 46, 14 years prior to that, you'll notice, see, here's Adamic, 32. That was when he was called to ministry. See, because Paul's drawing a parallel between the Lord's call in 4132 and Paul's own call as a result of the Lord's call. So therefore, I write you 10 years after that. Well, therefore, I write then 10 years after that. Wait a minute, I'm saying it wrong. The Lord's own call is 4132, okay? 42 years after that, in the 42nd year after that, I write you. 42nd year. So that would be 4132 plus 41. In the 42nd year after that, I write you. So that's really 4173. See, isn't that cute? I'll go through it again because I'm saying it in a confusing manner, I suppose. Hi, I, Paul, write you in 4173, which is in the 10th year after I wrote before, so you subtract 9. And when I wrote before, it was 4164. He's tagging specifically Ephesians, because he obviously had written Timothy in the interim. Okay, we already have 1 Timothy. All right, so he's telling him to look at Ephesians when he does that. And that year was 18 years after the Lord should have died on the original Abrahamic schedule. But instead, he was called to ministry 14 years prior to that in 4132 from Adam. See, here's a 32. So now I, Paul, write you in the 42nd year after that. Whoops. See? Isn't that cute? Which year is also 28 years, after 28 years, the 28th year prior to the millennium. Prior to the trib start, prior to the millennium, because that's when the millennium starts. And which year is also 28 years after, or the 28th year after, when he should have died. See, it's always coming full circle. It's always coming full circle with the dates. Okay? That's how clever this style is. Now, what really hones it down is that, see, he's saying he's an apostle of Christ Jesus. And he's dating back to a prior Bible book, which is his own, Ephesians. So when 2 Timothy is read, you're supposed to bear in mind Ephesians, which has a lot of importance to it, because he's essentially tagging Ephesians here, 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 and here. So by the time you worked through these first few meters, you knew, oh, he's not talking about all of his prior writing. He's talking specifically about what he wrote in the 10th year prior to the current letter. And they knew when they got the current letter. We back into it. They already knew. So, hi, 10 years ago, I want you to look at what I wrote 10 years ago, or in the 10th year prior. There's only one book he wrote in the 10th year prior, Ephesians. So it's a real no-brainer. And that book, according to the will of God, see, because you're reading it with the text, according to the will of God, that book was written 18 years after, when according to the will of God, the promise of life in Christ Jesus, Jesus himself was called. 4133 is when he went into the wilderness. 4132 is when he went into the wilderness. 4133 is when he started his ministry after being tempted by Satan. He's referring you back to Luke 3. And the emphasis and the heads up is, okay, this is going to be about going into the wilderness, because he's evoking that time in the Lord's life. So that means it's a parallel for us, you bet. Jerusalem is already surrounded by armies. Titus has just, in the AD 67, Titus had brought armies all around Israel. They weren't actually besieging Jerusalem yet. They were cleaning up all the other towns so that they could block all the possible rebellion to support Jerusalem from being able to support Jerusalem. They were doing what's called it was sort of a reconnaissance. It was Keil und Kessel. Keil und Kessel is a World War II term by Hitler, but they were actually they were surrounding the area by taking over the surrounding towns, so that the surrounding towns couldn't lend support to Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the last town to be taken down. So it's like going out into the wilderness now. Matthew 24 is on, Luke 21 is on. Jerusalem is being surrounded by armies. The actual siege has not yet begun, but everything except Jerusalem had pretty much been cleaned up by AD 67, according to our modern Roman historians who are talking about that time with Vespasian. That's in the Gwen Morgan book, that's in the Wellesley book, and I'm now reading Barbara Levick on it. Okay, so that's pretty much, I think it's Barbara Levick. Wait a minute. You take a look at this for a minute and try to absorb what I just said. I got to go find that book because it's in my other room. Yeah, it's the Levick book. According to the Levick book, she's spending a little more time on how Titus got there and what he was doing. But those are 3 books by modern Roman historians. Roman historians who are in today's world, writing about ancient Rome. You can buy all those books on Amazon, and I did. Gwen Morgan, Wellesley, Year of the Four Emperors, and then Barbara Levick's book is titled Vespasian. And I just bought all 3 of them, and I haven't finished the Levick book yet. Okay, so that's the parallel here. Christ goes into the wilderness before he accepts his call. We are after his call. We are a result of his call. We are according to the promise of life, which is in Christ Jesus. So we're getting our call. This is our heads up. Paul got his call. This is his heads up. How you're going to die now. Your time in the wilderness of the world is up, and you won. So Paul's really kind of happy. All right, the best day of your life that you will ever have is the day you die. You don't know that until you're near death. And then you realize, boy, life was a waste of time. If I didn't learn the promise of life in Christ Jesus, I would just be dying full of regrets. Life is cruel, but you don't know that in the beginning. You got all this magical sense of what life is. And you find out at the end of your life, it's all crock. Okay, the happiest day of your life will be the day you die. But don't seek the day you die. You want to die when you're ripe fruit. Let God ripen you first. Let him pick the day you die. Okay? You'll be tempted to kill yourself. Don't. Okay? Just wait for him to do it. Okay, so that's the style. And then 42, I'm writing 42 years after 32, and the 42nd year after 32. See again. 41, 32, he went into the wilderness. 42nd year is 41 years more. 4173 is when he writes. Okay, he's doing a fiscal switch though, because the Lord goes into the wilderness in September. So that's why he has to say 42nd year, because he's not completed 42 years. That would be 6 months later. So that's why we know he's writing in March of AD 70. Now I have updated the piece, and I will be uploading it. I've updated the 2 Timothy piece for the actual meters, so you can walk through it. Now, having walked through it, then of course, we saw with the 56, all right, 28 years, 4173 plus 28, so that's 56 divided by 2, equals 4201 on the Adamic schedule, okay, and on the vernal. All right, because all of 4201 has to finish. All right, and then 4173 plus 21 is the start of the trip. That's why you know that he's writing on vernal. Okay, because you have to do a plus 1 or a minus 1 there. Okay, now he's also 4173 minus 28. Is 4145, but that's the end of the year because he dies at the beginning of 4146. So see, he's being real precise about beginning and ending of year. All right, now watch. After you work through the 42 and the 56, he says, okay, I'm writing you in the 42nd year after 4132. So let's keep through the math. 4132 plus the 42nd year, which is really 41, that's the year he writes. Okay? Now, you're going to add another 14, and that takes you to 4187 when just before the Abrahamic credit gets paid off, because it's really 4188.5. So, but when he's writing this, he's saying, hi, 4132 plus 41, the year I'm, 4132 4132, which is when he went into the wilderness. Now I write 41 years later. See, it's almost 42. I'm part of the children. Okay, that's when I write. Okay, that year is 28 years from the beginning of the year, start of the millennium, because he's writing that's vernal. He's using vernal. Okay, but therefore it's 32 years minus. Well, oops, 4201 minus 32. It's 4169. That's not working. I'll have to come back. I had it and then my brain just went out. I must have sinned. I have to use one John 1:9. Okay, I got to turn my brain back on. All right, let's go back to the 30. Let's go back to the 32. Okay, and he was called into the wilderness when he was 4132. When he was 29, play on Luke, 15th year Tiberius. So I write you in the 42nd year after that, which is 41 years, in 4173. Which 4173 is 28 years after the end of the year when he should have died. See, because he should have died at the beginning of 4146. That's the same as end of year. Okay. So if he should have died at the end of 4146, okay, you got a +1 to bring it to the beginning of the year. Then he should have been born minus 4106 when he should have been born. Oops. Let me do this again. 4132. I had it and then my brain went out again. Just use one John 1:9. Dad, please cause me to say this rightly. 4132, he should have died. So I write you 41 years after that, which is 4173. And therefore, I'm writing you 28 years after he should have died, which is 4145, which means that he should have died versus when I write you 4173 and he should have died he should have been born 4106. So I write you when he should have been 67. Do that one more time. I, Paul, write you in 4173. I'm going back all the way to the beginning, which is the 10th year after the last book I want you to look at that I wrote, which is Ephesians, written in 4164, which was written 18 years after he should have died. See, that's the tie. He's going full circle to that. And he should have died. When he should have died, that was 14 years after he was actually called to go into the wilderness and accept his calling as Messiah. And I write you in the 42nd year after that. So now he's full circle to his own date. My writing you 41 years after that, 42nd year after that, is also 28 years after he should have died at the end of the year. Which year, +1, because it was the beginning of the year, which year is versus when he should have been born, since it's compared to when he should have died. He should have died at age 40, and which year, 41, 46, that he should have died. Wait a minute. Which year versus when I write minus 4106 when he should have been born is 67. So the Lord should have been age 67 when I write. So see, he's tracking every single meter. I wish my explanation were as good as the meter. But you get the idea, despite my, stumbling. All right? So therefore, from this point in 2 Timothy, he's going prophetic about what's going to happen in the future. Now, he had already gone prophetic, and that's why he stops here. His 66 in Ephesians is talking about the very thing that's happening when he writes, that Jerusalem is going to go down, that the temple is going to go down in the middle. And it does. In 3 years, it goes down. So that's why he's tying to Ephesians. Exactly tying to Ephesians. All right? And then he's going forward from there, and he's tagging here and here, and maybe here. I haven't figured out all the ties yet. This is Bar Kokhba Revolution. This is when Aelia Capitolina takes place. I already described elsewhere, this is when church really starts to go into the tank as far as misinterpreting doctrine is concerned. This is the end of the first quarter of church. That's all in Ephesians. He's tagging Ephesians with those numbers. What he's doing with 78, I don't know. What he's doing with 117, I don't know. What he's doing with 124, I don't know. So I got to find that out. And this is effectively where his Dateline ends. So all these other numbers after that are not part of it. So his Dateline really ends at verse 4. So that's it on 2 Timothy. I just wanted you to see how live you can document it in the style. And of course, what do you know? These are the real words that Paul wrote. These are the real words Paul intended to write. Because each one of them works as a full circle Dateline that has doctrinal significance to what he writes. You couldn't ask for better proof than that yes, you have the real word of God. Okay, now we're at 1 Peter. And I've done extensive videos on this already. If you click on that link right there, you'll see them all. So I'm going to just summarize. The basic thing about 1 Peter is that he just found out Paul died. He's writing to Paul's old stomping ground because Paul died. He's writing them using Ephesians. He does a 483-year timeline, which extends Paul stopped his at 434. Peter extends it by 49 years. He's doing the same thing to Paul's timeline that Zechariah did to Mary's. He's extending it. He's updating the prophecy. He turns Ephesians, the Ephesians 1:3 through 14 meter prophecy of church, how church is going to go in the toilet. Peter turns that into a marching song. I did videos on that. The marching song videos in the Peter channel are in olive green. The icons are in olive green. I haven't finished that yet. I haven't finished his marching song yet because I'm trying to figure out at what points is he interleaving his text with Paul's. But I did do the historical prophecy meters to show how every syllable in Peter interleaving with Paul is giving you more information about that prophecy about how bad church is going to go. I did it emperor by emperor all the way. I think I finished it through Diocletian. I don't think I finished Constantine in Peter. Okay? I went up through Constantine in Paul, but I didn't go up through Constantine in Peter, I don't think. I might have. Okay? So this is a major departure in the purpose of the letter versus these other letters. Okay? Peter is giving a prophecy because he knows he's going to die. He's giving a prophecy to update Paul's. And I'm going to have to stop here because of phone. So the way he's going to phrase things is different since he's relating to Ephesians. What you are to know then is that he's piggybacking on Ephesians. And like I said, I did extensive videos on that so you can see how. So his whole timeline has got a different way of, working. Okay? Even so, it's still kind of bald, but it's a little tricky. All right? He's writing in 68. 68 minus 84, and it's, plus or minus 1 in either direction. Okay? That ends up being about 16 BC, 16, 17 BC. But again, you have to go in one direction or the other. It's either 17 BC or 15 BC, and you can even say maybe 18 BC, depending on switching fiscals. That was when Herod started reconstructing the temple. He either dedicated the reconstruction of the inner courts, because that went real fast, And then he spent the next, few years, well, not few, like 40 some years, all the way up until AD 64, actually, in the reconstruction. It wasn't just, that wasn't just Herod. It was Herod the Great started it. Then Herod Agrippa continued it, and then Antipas, rather, and then Agrippa. Okay? So you've got something of a, what do you want to call it? And the emphasis is on the building of the temple in Peter, because he's playing on the fact the church is being built as a temple in Ephesians, because that was the lead up to Ephesians 2's 2 walls. So you're not going to see the blatant emphasis on the Lord's birth and death the way you saw in the prior letters. But it is still referenced, because look, see, 56 divided by 2 post 41:46 on the original schedule. He's comparing church to the original schedule. So 41:46 plus 28 is 41:74 when he writes. Okay, so if you minus 84 from that, you get 4090. If you subtract 4106 from that, you get 16 BC. But what if you subtracted 4103 from that, which is not supposed to be a BC number? Okay, but it does adjust for Varro's calendar. If you instead subtracted 4103 instead of 4106, you would have 4174 minus 84 minus 4103, and that would be 13. I don't think Peter's doing 13 BC. Okay, that would be the head tax to the provinces. Okay, because there's a play on temple and tax and all that. I don't think he's doing that, but maybe he is. Okay, then you also have, you could split the 84. 4174 is clearly when he writes by the second dateline, because that's 28 plus. Okay, 28 plus 4146, a hard number, so it's predictable. See, 4146 plus 28. Okay, now if you were instead to subtract 42, you get 4132, which is the beginning of the Lord's ministry. 42 is half of 84. That's how Isaiah 55 split it. So he could be saying, hi, I'm writing you 42 years after the Lord's ministry start. But it doesn't go forward. You can't go like this unless he's playing on Zechariah, because Zechariah was adding to Mary's timeline. He could be doing that. Those are the parts of it I haven't yet figured out. I only posted the part that I'm sure of. Yes, he's playing on temple. And obviously playing on Paul. I did all those videos to show how. Roman emperor by Roman emperor, all the way at least to Diocletian. I haven't done Constantine yet. I don't think. So his dateline is a little, it still balances to something of the Lord's. But it isn't blatant like some of the others. Unless you say, well, wait a minute, if that should have been, and he should have died then, and Peter's writing 28 years when he should have died, and he should have been 40, watch this, because it's kind of indirect. See, if he should have died on the original Abrahamic schedule 41:46, he should have been 40 when he did. So if you add 28 years to that, he should have been 68. See that cleverness? In 41:74, he should have been 68. He's not. He's 71. His 70 has passed. Now the reason I bring that up is because 2 Peter's going to use the 28 again. Jude is going to use the should have been. Okay, birth. So Peter's doing it from death. Jude is doing it from birth, and all Jude is just constantly playing on everything in 1st and 2nd Peter. So it's a little more sophisticated, but not very much. It's still reasonably blunt. Now, why am I mentioning all this? I'm trying to show you how everybody is playing on his birth and death, sometimes in a little more oblique manner than others. I mean, Jude is bald. He should have been 70 when I write. So he's writing somewhere around Hanukkah. Okay? Gotta be. If he should have been in his 70th year, if that's what he should have been, then he has to be writing on or after his birthday, because you can't enter your 70th year until your 69th birthday. Okay? But this is 69th, should have been. Okay? So he's not in his 69th, he's in his 72nd. Okay? He's in Hanukkah, so the difference between the AD and the Adamic is greater, is 7. Until the new year, this is still 68 AD. All right? In between, we got 2 Peter, and Jude emulates his style here. Peter adopts the act style of I write you blah, 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 16 year, and then 16 plus 16, and then he's counting that 16 plus 16 from 4147 instead of 4146, okay? And I'm writing 28 years prior to the millennium, because he's writing in the same year, within a couple of months. Okay, so here he didn't use the act style, the tic-tac-toe, the stepping style, but here he does. So see, 2 Timothy, he's playing on 2 Timothy that way. Okay? And then he's using 126 years after the social war with Sulla and Marius. Okay? From 4146 though. Because Christianity is engaged in civil war, which of course is what 2 Peter is all about. All the scoffers. Oh, the Lord isn't gonna come. Oh yeah? Guess again. All right? So you can argue, well, that's kind of blatant. Here's the use of an Adamic year, and here's the use of an Adamic year. All right? And he's still using 4146, so he's still referencing when the Lord should have died. So it's kind of a no-brainer to know what year it is he's writing. Okay? And since he's still keying off the same 28, that the implicit 56 was used in 1 Peter. That's the distance in his meter formulas between 84 and 140. See? He's still keying off that. He's still playing to his old formula, so he means to be the same year. Okay? It's kind of easy. See, that's the point of what I'm making all these otherwise kind of boring videos, is to show you there is a consistency of style with variation. So it's deliberate. They're using the same formulas in various ways, keying off the same events in various ways when they date their letters. That has to be deliberate. Okay, I didn't write the Bible text. I didn't write the formulas. I'm just backing into them by using the math. So this is an actual rhetorical style. Okay? And the reason why that matters to say is that it's important. It's important to hermeneutics. We've been arguing over these books and when they were written and who wrote them and why for centuries. And the answer has been in Scripture all along. And so for a brain not to come out and say, hi, look how obvious this is, obviously it's going to generate a political brouhaha. Because how come all the respectable people didn't notice this? Okay? And if I myself were a respectable person, then it would be called a difference of opinion. There's nothing opinion about it. This is an actual style supported by the numbers and the text in the Bible itself. I didn't make this up. I'm just observing it. And you know what? You don't have to be a scholar to observe it. But of course, because I'm not a scholar, somebody's going to say, Oh, well, Brainout came up with that. It can't be true. Really? Brainout didn't write the words. Brainout didn't write the syllables. Brainout counted the syllables, but so can you. Now, whether you're a brainout or a scholar, you can count this. You can verify it. You can see it. It's obvious, and it's embarrassing that it is obvious. But look how instructive, if we get past the political football of the fact that a stupid female found this, and just look at hi, it's not the talker, it's the text, different T. You look at that text, you count the syllables yourself. You got it all in writing now. If there's a mistake in my count, you'll see it. If there's not a mistake, then it's not me who did it. You got that. So it doesn't matter who the talker is. It matters who the text is. And the text is God's. And isn't that obvious here? Look at it. Yeah, it's a lot of number crunching. Yeah, for a lot of people, they're not willing to do this. Yeah, and for a lot of people, they're not sure the word is the word of God. How can you doubt it once you know this? So what are we going to do? Exhibit and go through the steps and the number crunching it takes to demonstrate, hi, this really is the Word of God. This really is a deliberate style. We really do have certitude about when these books were written. Or are we going to play political football and my denomination versus your denomination and whether the person who found it is a scholar or not, and then obfuscate the Bible for yet another century? Which side do you want to be on? I want to be on the side of disclosure. This is our smoking gun, baby. This has there's so many tools for hermeneutics right in front of your face right now. What the words mean, why the words were written, what was the historical context, what was the author's intent. Honey, this all screams intent. Hi, this is our counting. And oh, by the way, yes, the pre-tribulation rapture is a real doctrine because everybody's counting to it. It's important. I don't have a right to keep this to myself. And when I'm dead, if this stuff is still around, I'll be criticized for whatever my personal life was, or because I'm not a scholar, or who cares. I'd be criticized no matter what I am. I don't care if I'm criticized. I care that this information be known. Even if it's debated and unaccepted, at least it's out there. So here you go. It's out there. First through the boring mouth of a brain out, somebody else is going to pick it up when I'm dead. Whenever that is, 30 years from now, 2 years from now, yesterday. Okay? So now you can see Peter is emulating the act style in 2 Peter, but not 1. In 1 Peter, he's playing to eulogetos hoteos kai pater, bam bam bam, tu kuriou, Jesu, tu kuriou, hemon, Jesu Christou, bam bam bam. That's Ephesians 1, 3, and 4. Okay? That's what he wraps his text around. It's real bald, and the videos show it. So in 2 Peter, he says, oh, okay, now we're going to slow down. Now I'm going to imitate Acts style. Because after all, I was one of the characters in the book of Acts. I had a lot of bad hair days, but I'm mature now. I graduated. And God says I'm going to die now, too. In the year when the Lord should have been 68. Which is 28 years when he should have died at age 40. But he didn't die then. He died 10 years prior. So I'm writing 10 years later to tell you, 10 years after Paul was imprisoned, Paul's dead. Everybody knew that by then. He'd been dead about 6 months when Peter writes, I'm assuming. Might not be that long, but it might be a little bit longer. But it certainly was in 68 that Paul died. Because it would have taken, a month or two for Timothy to get to Paul. And then another 6 months or so for the juridical wheels to roll. And in March of 68, you had the rebellion of Vindex in Lugodinam. That's roughly, France. And so now all the Christians have to be rounded up because they might be seditious, because Vindex has rebelled. And after all, on 8 April of 68, our boy Galba decided he was going to throw in his hat in the ring, and then he brings in tow another guy named Otho, who's going to end up ordering Galba's death the following January. So the political brouhaha in the empire when Peter writes this in the summer is not good. So of course Peter got caught. He was a known leader among the Christians who were just the same as the Jews, and you know how bad those Jews are. Titus is already surrounding Jerusalem at the time. Paul has been executed. That's why Peter writes. So sometime between March of AD 67 and summer of AD 68, it was probably March of AD 68, because Vindex rebelled in March of 68. Nero says, kill the Christians so I don't have any spies. Paul's dead. By June of 68, Nero will be dead. You see why Peter's writing this? Timeline kickoff, just like Paul said for syllable 66, when the Lord should have been 66. Now he should have been 68. Let's continue and upgrade the timeline by 49 syllables because the church is so much more apostate. After 434, this is where Paul stopped. This is what Peter tacks on. It's really embarrassing, huh? And 14 years after this, actually 7, is 490. Okay, so now it reverts to the old typical letter style, Acts. 16th year of the final 40 countdown to the millennium, which is 16 plus 16 after when he should have died under the Davidic schedule, which is 28 years from when he should have died under the Abrahamic schedule. Oh. And 28 years to the millennium if we grow up in time. So I'm writing you in, here's your blatant answer in case you did your math wrong, 4174. And all that math only works if he's writing in September. So it's, vernal equinox, autumnal equinox just after. Maybe just before. I'm thinking just before. It's cusp. 126 years after the social war, measured from 4146 when Christ died. In other words, 126 prior to 4146. Because he wanted to tag the social war. Because church is going into its own social war. Because it's in the year of the 4 emperors when he writes. Okay. Technically they called the year of the 4 emperors not 69. But it really started when, in June 8th or 9th, when Nero killed himself unsuccessfully, and then his slave finished him off. Okay, so his theme is the same as 2 Timothy. 2 Timothy was about Christian disaffection, and it's really strident in 2 Peter, especially in 2 Peter 3, which ends with, grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because that's the only way you're going to survive, honey. And he uses Psalm 90, ooh, Vahishana, oh, the hastening the day of the Lord. My hair in Hebrew. In English, it's translated hastening the labor pains, hastening the contractions. Ahishana in the Old Testament. Hastening the day of the Lord, the arrival of the day of the Lord, if you grow in grace, not if you do good deeds. So then, Peter's dead. So then, Luke writes, and he writes using a similar style, a hybrid between Acts and this one. 29, 41, and then 56 divided by 2. 56 divided by 2 talks back to the 29. So you know you did your math right. Same formula as Peter had used. And then, 56 years after the Lord should have gotten his toga virilis, and in the 70th year after he should have been 69, based on his original birth. Then he uses the famous millennial number, and then this is the 56 plus 56 number because he's tagging the takedown of the temple, because he's writing just before the temple's going to be taken down. Because the siege had formally started at this point. Okay? Vespasian, by Hanukkah, Vespasian's armies were surrounding Jerusalem. Okay? But he wasn't doing anything with it. They were trying to negotiate with the Jews within. All right? So, Jude's theme is the update on Peter, which is the update on 2 Timothy. Okay? Whereas in 1 Peter, he's summing up the whole of the New Testament, mostly using Ephesians to do it. And 2 Timothy was on Christian disaffection, which is how Peter basically ended his letter. So you see, they all tie together, and the meter ties to that. See? 56 years after his toga virilis, why would he phrase it after the Lord reached Roman manhood? Roman. Because that was the 15th year of Tiberius' play. In the 15th year of Tiberius, the Lord was about to be 30. See 29, when he was going to go out into the wilderness? The Jews went out into the wilderness. The Christians are about to go out into the wilderness. Everybody's about to go out to the wilderness because the temple's about to be destroyed. See how cute that is? That's why using toga virilis was cute. When the Lord was 15. Okay? Well, that was when Tiberius first started ruling. When the Lord became a man, Tiberius first started ruling. Well, that's kind of a cute pun because Tiberius was supposed to like up again, down again, up again, down again. Is he going to be the successor or not of Augustus? And Augustus kept appointing one of the younger kids. So in a way, Tiberius became a man in the same year the Lord became a man, because Tiberius became his own man only when Augustus died. Now that's a lot of material. That's a lot of wit. And you can't see it in the English. That gives a lot of bite to the text of Jude, which is all about the angelic conflict. The angels marrying women and leaving their proper estate. Yeah, church is leaving its proper estate too, and going to be twice dead. So you guard the doctrine yourself. That's what he's saying in his Dateline. Epagonizomai. That means you do it to yourself, within yourself, not crusade against another denomination. Okay? But the denominations are busy trying to, each group is trying to take the other guy's parishioners. Okay? So they're all saying, well, contend for our denomination against some other denomination. So you feel like you're holy, in a holy war. Yeah, right. Didn't work too well for the Muslims. I don't think it's going to work too well for the Christians. Oh, but that's the future, and that's what Jude is covering. Yeah, rebellion against God. Quintessentially illustrated by Genesis 6. The angels left their estate of being angels, and they had sex with women and produced hybrids. And that's really what it was. And people who are politically sensitive can't admit that. Well, I'm sorry, that's what the Hebrew says. Like it, lump it. So that covers Jude. Hanukkah 68 AD. Now, because of the 70th should have been age, that's a blatant use of his age again. Okay? So now what is Mark going to do with all this? Well, we'll see in the next increment. So now we come to Mark. I might not end up getting very far because of what I have to say about Mark. I have to say a lot about Mark because, unfortunately, there are people, and they are scholars, really famous ones, who maintain that Mark's is the first gospel, or maintain that there's something called a Quelle, which is a German word for source, gospel, that all the other writers borrowed from. That was a church father assumption, because the church fathers thought that the Holy Spirit was chopped liver and incompetent. It was the church fathers, of course, who were incompetent. So that same lie, because they lied about everything, just go read them. The most disgusting Christians on the planet, other than the King James only people, are the church fathers. Go read them. They wouldn't know the truth if it bit them, and it did. They're all dead now. I'm hoping most of them are in heaven, and they're busy saying, please expose the stupidity that was me when I was alive. Yeah, and when I'm dead, I'm going to be saying the same thing. So in deference to the church fathers, go read them and realize what idiots they were. So realize how idiotic it is that the current so-called fathers, people who claim to have scriptural authority, not all of them, just some, but the some are really famous. I don't even want to mention their names. I know who they are, but some of them I know who they are. I'm maintaining, oh, well, see, there was some original gospel in the past, and no, the Bible doesn't have to be infallible and inerrant. They don't know it. If you claim the Bible doesn't have to be infallible and inerrant, you can't read it. Because, honey, look, here's Mark. Can you count syllables? If you're a scholar, you should be able to count syllables, right? 14 is his first Dateline counting syllables. Now, it's true there are a couple of textual variants that you have to take into account, but I already explained those in the Mark videos. You just watch the videos yourself and see them. It's a real short gospel because there were two others written prior. You can tell even from the text of what he writes, without knowing the meter, that he's wrapping his text around concatenations of Matthew and Luke. And he sort of like, he takes part of Matthew and he takes part of Luke and he sticks them together and then he adds some text of his own. It's a cut and paste. The one who's doing the cut and paste is Mark. But everybody wants to make a cut and paste out of all four Gospels and then say that was the original. Hi, if you're cutting and pasting what is original, then what you're making is a cut and paste copy from an original. And then you're going to call that cut and paste copy an original? That's what the so-called scholars are doing. I expose all that in that Mark Meter channel. Just go watch yourself. Hear it and see it in their own words. It's really disgusting. They are going to be so embarrassed when they die and they see Christ face to face that they ever made such a claim. And it is so blatantly obvious that Mark's gospel is third, even from the text. But oh, we got the meter now too. Look. I'm writing you 14 years after Claudius and all the others, because by this time there's like 4 others died. Conventional, ancient dating formula, years from a king. Well, Claudius was an emperor and he died 14 years prior to when Mark wrote. But not just Claudius. By the time Mark writes, it's 69 AD. And I'm going to show you more about how you know that in a minute. And in 69 AD, it wasn't just Claudius. It was Claudius and Nero and Galba. And of course, Paul. And if he's writing at Passover, it's soon to also be Otho. Otho dies on April 16th. Passover would occur around April 6th, April 8th, depending on the vernal equinox that year. Okay? His death would have occurred. Okay? That's the anniversary of his death, April 6th, April 8th, depending on the vernal equinox. 14 days after the vernal equinox, that's when he died. You can know every single year. All you got to do is find out what the vernal equinox is this year, and 14 days after that is really Passover. So why they have an Easter computus, I'll never know. I bought a book on it, cost me $100, called The Easter Computus by a guy named Mosshammer. You can get it on Amazon. And that's the most stupid calculation I've ever seen in my life. But see how bald and easy it is? 14 days after the vernal equinox, that's what Exodus 12 says you do. The 10th day you set aside the lamb. That was the day Christ was arrested. Because they thought it was Passover, they didn't intercalate. And on the 14th day, 4 days later, you kill the lamb at sundown. Actually, you kill him at 3 o'clock. And he'll be roasted by sundown if you cut him up enough. So you're sitting at table at sundown on the 14th day after the vernal equinox. And the 14th day at sundown is the 15th day. So our boy Mark is playing on that. It's one of many reasons you can say he's writing on Passover. But he's actually using a vernal calculation, which is not normal. So that's why I think he's really writing it. But I'll go through this, okay? 14 years after Claudius and Nero and Galba on January 15th of 69, and soon Otho at the Battle of Cremona, or due to the Battle of Cremona, Briandicum or whatever they call it. The two are linked. Otho will kill himself because he loses the battle against another emperor who will be dying shortly before this year is out, Vitellius. So, see, 14 is pretty important. I'm writing you 14 years after Claudius and the others died. By the way, Paul was in that. See, I think he's writing on the anniversary of Paul's death. Was it really Passover? That's a guess. Because he's using 14. Partly. It would have been cute because on Passover of 70 AD, exactly a year from when he writes, that's when the temple gets taken down. That was when Titus started his final assault. On the first day of Passover, 70 AD, until the 9th of Av, 70 AD. That's when the second temple was taken down. Historically, you can prove that. Anywhere you like. You know, my favorite citation, because it's so well written, is Military History Magazine, 1995 issue in December. They did a beautiful 3 or 4 page summary of it. I wish I still had that copy of that magazine. Okay? But this date I'm writing you in 69, probably Passover, is also another 14 years after the 46, which he puts in his meter so you can test the math. 46, what was that? That was when Christ was originally scheduled to die. Plus 14, then he skips one. That's called skipping the valuation year so you don't double count, because the year's deemed to belong to the king. The king is the one who died. And another 14. So it's really a total of 29. Okay, but that's the accounting convention. And we follow it even today. I have to use that every day. You have your valuation year, which is X, but you start your actual valuation at X plus 1 because you want to exclude X from the count, the whole X, whether it happens at the beginning of the year or the end of the year. You treat it as end of the year and out. That's what he's doing. Okay? That equals, that's why he's doing it. He's playing with 14 and 15. Because, see, at Passover, at sundown, it becomes the 15th. 14 into the 40-year countdown to millennium. Because it's 4175. So if he's playing with the 15 and the 14, 14.5, get that vernal switch, into the countdown to the millennium. So also, he's the 40th year into, this is the killer, the 53rd 3.5 Abrahamic credit, which I've covered before, from his actual death. 4136, it's rounded to 54 because you can't split a syllable, minus 15 equals 4175 when he writes. See how blunt this is? See how blunt the meter is? Okay? And then 56 divided by 2 is the second date line, which is 28 years after 4146, which we just saw up here. So he's confirming the math. 28 years after. See, because you got the 1 here. So you have to say years after. Because you're in the 29th year when the 28th year is up. Then also 28th year prior to pre-mill. See, and that's why you know he's using vernal. The Lord was supposed to die at the vernal equinox. 14th day is Passover. Okay? He has to be just past in order for this math to work. 4201, because there's 26.5 years left to be a vernal. He's doing a fiscal switch. Okay? So that means he's got to be writing at the midpoint. And the midpoint would be Passover. Okay? I mean, it might be, the very beginning of vernal equinox, but I'm betting it's Passover because of this. Because he could have phrased it differently. He doesn't have to, his wording could have been different so that these formulas didn't have to be used, but he wanted them used. He's stressing vernal. He's stressing Passover. God foreknows that Passover the following year, 12 months later exactly, is when the final assault on the temple will occur. So that's why I'm saying, you got a 14-day variance. Is he writing at the vernal equinox, or is he writing at Passover, or maybe even a couple of weeks after that? I'm betting it's Passover. Now you know why. If you see something wrong that undoes what I'm saying, let me know. So now, his next meter, 4164, which is what? When Luke wrote his gospel. So now the 64 tags Luke. So he's kind of writing in the same style as Acts with little stepping stones. But he's not using them as stepping stones. Okay? He's using them so that you can check your math though. See, because you have to go 4164 plus 1 plus 28 to get to the end of 4193, which is the start of the 4194, which is the start of the trib. That's under the pre-church schedule. And he's writing after, 56 years after Tiberius co-regent, again playing as Jude did on the Toga Virilis. Because Tiberius became co-regent in the same year that Christ became a man. Okay, it depends on how you can play with that. Because he was co-regent only like a year and a half or 2 years prior to Augustus dying. So they all play with it. All right? So he's tagging Luke's gospel, written 4164, because he's writing his own gospel. So he's tagging Luke again, hello? See, third gospel. He's writing it as also 28, because that's splitting the 56, plus 4136 when the Lord actually died. And then he has your, if you did your math right, hi, now do you see? I'm writing you 4175. 4175. That's what I'm writing you. Did you do your math right? If you did your math right, you will get the same number, 4175. Did I do the right color there? Yeah. Okay. See how cool that is? See how blatant it is? Now, in Mark's case, there are several, there's an Aglo textual variant that was not included in the UBS text, but should be, and then Huiotet, which is accepted as in so many manuscripts that it could be real. It's real. The meter proves it real. And here's the resulting meter when you include it. Include both of those textual variants. And in the Mark videos, you'll see them. Okay? So, he's tagging Luke's gospel. He's very clearly dating the 75 on a vernal equinox at or shortly after it, and I'm betting the shortly after is on Passover. He's also leaving 14 in ellipsis because his last meter for the dateline is 86 Adamic. Now, you're not supposed to end your dateline with a non-divisible. Okay? But if he's got a 14 in ellipsis, he can get away with it because 14 plus 86 is 4200, which is divisible by 7. See? 4200 divided by 7. 607s. That's when the millennium was supposed to start. See? His theme is the same as Jude's, but he's stressing midpoints. Yeah, because midpoint in the civil year. You got 1 year left to live, Temple. Okay? So, Now, here's the thing about Mark, which isn't understood very much. He's writing the gospel, which everybody long knew, in 69, a year before the temple goes down, kind of like for the same reason that, what was it? Jeremiah wrote Chronicles. Jeremiah wrote Chronicles as an update in light of temple destruction. He wrote Chronicles as a review of the kings. Daniel was reading Chronicles, which prompted him to pray. He was reading Jeremiah, Lamentations, and Chronicles in Daniel 9, because he said he was reading Jeremiah. So those are the books of Jeremiah. He was reading all that, which prompted him to pray as a result of the 49th year of the temple down having elapsed, so now the temple can be rebuilt. Okay? Temple going down. Why did the temple go down? Because the Jews didn't accept Christ. Well, hello, Christians. You and your little civil wars, you and all of your little, I belong to Peter, I belong to Paul, you and all of your little games that you're playing. Oh, the Lord is slow about the rapture. You know, that Peter was writing about. You guys are just as bad as the miracle-seeking Jews who kept on disbelieving Christ despite the signs Christ gave them. Well, hi, a really big sign is coming up. The temple's going down. And you're not going to believe either. So the rapture ain't going to occur when you want it to, because you ain't grown up yet. And if you just look at Mark's gospel, just on its own, it is as snotty and snide and nasty, and 42 or 44 times he uses the rapture keyword Angus or Utus or what was the other one? There's another one. There's a third one. And all the videos here go through all that. That's a lot of material, but my job was to document it, whether anybody ever looks at it or not. His gospel scathing. It is a satire on Christians. He's drawing parallel between the miracle-seeking Jews who, despite all the miracles Christ did in front of their face, they didn't believe it, and gave him all those signs that he's the Christ, and hi, there's another parallel sign upcoming, the destruction of the temple in front of your eyes. And you still don't believe? You're saved and you don't believe? You're saved and you still are fighting amongst yourselves? The Jews were constantly fighting amongst themselves. The Christians are just as bad as the Jews, and they didn't even have as much time to go bad. It took a while for the Jews to go bad. You know, the Christians went bad right away. We have the book of Acts telling us that. So his theme is the same as Jews. Church is going in the tank just as Ephesians predicted. But he's using the gospel to tell that story. Now, if you're not familiar with how literature works and the kind of political situations that our great literature was written in, you might not be aware of how satire works. Okay, satire has always been done in part to criticize a current regime. But if you criticize a current regime openly, then you can get arrested. So what has long been done, I don't care if you're looking at Russian literature or Chinese literature or, European literature, okay, is that when people wanted to criticize, Roman literature in particular, when you want to criticize the current group, you'll take an old story that everybody knew and you'll tweak it, okay? You won't lie about that story. You'll tell that story in a faithful manner, and he does, of course, with the gospel, but you'll leave out certain aspects and stress certain other aspects in order to accomplish your satire on the current group. Now, I mean, you kind of have to study literature to know that. But almost anybody who is like a teacher of literature will be able to explain this to you. Or you can get books on it. The satire, if you even go and get your cliff notes on some of the famous classics, like anything in Shakespeare. Shakespeare is satirizing. Jonathan Swift was satirizing the current English society. Shakespeare was satirizing current English society. But his stories are technically about either myths or great people in the past or some fictional situation that's related to the past, usually in Italy, the Italian Renaissance. But he's really talking to the current group where he lives. The same thing is true for a lot of sci-fi. When What's-His-Face wrote the Dune, the 6 books about Dune, Frank Herbert, they wouldn't accept his books at first because it was so obviously a satire on current society. The same thing is true for Gilbert and Sullivan and all their operettas. They wrote, for example, The Mikado. It wasn't about Japan. It was satirizing English society. And of course, people at the time knew that. And in England, you had free speech. But you know what? In the Roman Empire, you didn't. So you had to resort to all kinds of little games, parallelisms. Now, Christianity is not a government. Never should be. But he's paralleling bad Christians in light of the bad Jews at the time of the gospel by what he leaves in and what he leaves out. If you ask God, because this is a very sophisticated thing I'm telling you, use 1 John 1:9, keep asking God, go read Mark's gospel all by itself. Notice what he puts in and what he leaves out. And you'll notice that his style is very short and trenchant and punching. And he keeps on showing like a Keystone Cops. Oh, you got the Jews running here, and they're criticizing Christ, and they're saying do a miracle. So he does a miracle, and then they run around somewhere else, and then they criticize Christ, and they say do a miracle, and he does a miracle. And even the demons are testifying that he's the Christ, but nobody's listening to the demons, and nobody's listening to Christ. And then they all run around and ask for another miracle, and blah, 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 blah. It's a comedy. It's a tragic comedy. Yeah. And that's exactly what Christians were doing at the time he writes. Where's the proof of his coming? That was how Peter had to end 2 Peter, chiding them for doing that. We're not seeing all the things that were promised. Yeah, because they were religifying or they were just flat rejecting the whole story. Miracle-seeking disbelief, that's what Christians are doing. And that's why his gospel parallels really chiding Christians, not the Jews. But he has to show what the Christians are like, because the Christians at this point were all, well, we're Christians, we're not Jews, we're better. Really? Well, here's how the Jews acted, and aren't you guys acting the same way now? Witness, Jude. Witness, 2 Peter. Witness, 1 Peter. Witness, 2 Timothy. Witness, Titus. Witness, 1 Timothy. All those Bible books were on the same thing. Christians going wacko. And the first witness to that was the book of Acts. All consistent themes. So the snotty gospel of Mark couldn't have been missed as to its trenchant meaning against apostate Christians once you had all those books in mind. Now, the fact that we miss it today is because we just miss everything today. So I'm sorry this little trio or segment on Mark took up so much time, but hopefully you get the impression, oh, wait a minute, these meters are really deliberate, and yes, he's really writing in 69, and he's making all kinds of little games with the numbers. And you can watch the Mark videos to see that, and then you can watch the Synoptics videos to see how he ties his text. In the Synoptics channel, see it for yourself. In the next increment, I'll cover Hebrews. There's really not a lot to cover. It's pretty bald. Now we come to Hebrews, and it's a lot more complicated. I can't talk as fast or glibly about it. I'm not really trying to talk glibly, I'm talking fast. But here I can't do that because there's so many connections in the book of Hebrews elsewhere, especially to the book of Mark, another proof that Mark's is the third gospel, that there are almost too many for me to even articulate. Now, what I did do is in the Royal Family of God channel, and in the Synoptics channel, and in Mark's Gospel channel, all three channels, I demonstrated, but did not finish demonstrating, how the book of Hebrews is building its entire outline on Mark's Gospel. I started charting out, I got as far as Hebrews 5, and I think also Mark 5. I was showing in parallel how the points that Mark raises in his gospel, the flow of his gospel, how Hebrews is taking its text and using the outline of Mark's gospel to make its own points, similar to how Luke crafted his gospel around the Magnificat, except that Luke crafts his gospel around the Magnificat's meter. Hebrews is crafting its elaboration as a sort of addendum to the points that Mark was making, against Christians being apostate. Hebrews is building its text around those points in Mark. In other words, it's kind of like antiphony, where Mark is making certain points in the gospel, and then Hebrews is basically saying, hi, see, here's the event that Mark was talking about, and then here's my text in Hebrews to sort of elaborate on how apostate Christians are, just like Mark was explaining about how apostate the Jews were at the time Christ came. It's really sophisticated. And I've got to get back to doing those videos showing how Hebrews is doing it. But I have done it between Mark and Hebrews through chapter 5 of each. Okay, because Hebrews is extremely sarcastic, extremely biting. And you can understand why. Because Jerusalem is surrounded by armies still. Vespasian is taking his time because at this point in AD 69, he's declared for emperor too. And so, he wants to get a successful conclusion in Jerusalem with as little bloodshed as possible. Because, Jerusalem was a successful, protege, as it were, of Rome. It had long been a very lucrative source of income because it makes its money being the trading nexus between three continents. That's how Jerusalem's always made its money. That's how Israel became famous, even though it's a tiny country. Okay, because of the skills of its people, which they learned while being temple building slaves. That means you had to learn math and music and food and architecture and pretty much everything, because the temple was the heart of society in Egypt. Okay, so you learned all the most important skills that a human being can get. The whole Jewish nation was being groomed in those skills by being temple building slaves. And so that prepared them for becoming a nation when they left Egypt. Well, those same skills continued. And so Titus, the son of Vespasian, is now with his dad. In 69 at Passover, they're sitting there saying, golly, you want to be emperor, what would be better to prove what a good emperor you'll make than a bloodless victory? So they were trying to set up the politics of it with all of the Roman armies going all around the Roman Empire. So they didn't want to invade Jerusalem. They wanted a coup. So they were negotiating so they wouldn't have to take it down. So they could bring back something to the Roman people and say, hi, Vespasian is worthy to rule over Vitellius. And they were also having to play footsie with Vitellius, because Vitellius basically, by this point, has beaten Otho. Otho has killed himself. Vitellius is the only game left in town. He's closer to Rome. He's marching to Rome. He gets there in the summer of 69. And he turns out to be a real jerk. gourmand, apparently. You know, that's what Romans say about you if they don't like you. You eat too much. Okay? Never mind that they had vomitorium so that you eat more. But that's beside the point. That's the political situation. So the book of Hebrews is written, looks like Hanukkah of 69. 9 months after Mark. Clever. See, this is March. Third week of March. This is third week of December. Now, you know, it was mid-March in those days, or third week. This was just on the cusp of, you know, this was December 15th and 17th was the Saturnalia. Hanukkah and Saturnalia began the same day. Okay? So the book of Hebrews is wrapping itself around Mark and flowing its points based on what Mark says in his gospel. So it's sophisticated in that respect. So the date line that it uses is also sophisticated in that respect, and I'm not sure that I understand it. It looks real simple on the surface. But see, this is the Hebrews dateline meter. It looks like it's emulating the style in Acts, which is doing the stepping stone. Hi, I'm writing you 11 years after Acts, which is 20 years after and post, after and before Y, which is 26 after another thing, and then, you know, 36 here, 45 there, you know, all these stuff. Because 64 is when Luke's gospel was written. 64 is when Ephesians was written, and this book is going to explain Ephesians. It's wrapping itself to Ephesians, Peter, Mark, the entire New Testament as it was then written. That's a lot of ground to cover. So each one of these meters is touching something of one of those books, and I haven't figured it all out yet. But keeping it simple, hi, I'm writing you 21 years, it's really the 21st year. 21st year to the mid-trib. Okay, so if that was 4176, because the actual date line's a no-brainer. Okay, let's go in the middle here. 4176 plus 20, because it's in the 21st year, is 4196. The actual mid-trib is plus 0.5. Now, does the mid-trib occur at the vernal equinox? Probably. Does the trib begin on the Rosh Hashanah? Probably. What year? Nobody knows. Does it have to begin on Rosh Hashanah? Because that's a big debate with, you know, the Hebrews. Okay, the Jews. The Jews are all debating when does it begin, on Rosh Hashanah or not. There's no requirement that it do. Is it, however, likely that the trib will begin on Rosh Hashanah? Yeah, I bet. Rosh Hashanah or vernal. The third option is that it begin on his birthday, on Hanukkah. Trouble is that since the Jews are valuing their calendar wrong, they won't recognize Rosh Hashanah when it happens. Rosh Hashanah is the autumnal equinox, period. That's the first day of the civil year. And it was meant to be that way, to mirror the vernal. First 10 days of the vernal, 10th day of the vernal. After the vernal equinox, you set the lamb aside on the 10th day. 14th day after the vernal equinox, you kill the lamb. 10th day of the autumnal equinox is Yom Kippur. Okay? Yom Kippur. Okay? First day, Rosh Hashanah, as it's pronounced in modern Jewish Yiddish. Rosh Hashanah. They say Rosh instead of Rosh. Should be pronounced Rosh. Okay, it means head. Head of the month. Head of the year. First day. Yeah, I'm betting it'll happen then. But the Jews won't recognize it. Unless God plays to their wandering Jewish calendar when they say Rosh Hashanah begins, in which case it won't really be Rosh Hashanah, or maybe it really will be, but it just so happens that they align because God knows when that's going to happen. Now, why did I mention all this? Because at issue is, when is the mid-trib? Mid-trib is when the temple goes down. Hebrews is writing about the temple going down. So Hebrews is datelining based on the mid-trib. You get that? Now, the reason I'm going through this again is to show you how deliberate this is. Okay? I am writing you with a 21 dateline. Is it 21st or is it 21 years? Okay? If it's Hanukkah 4176, it's 4176. It's just a question of when in 4176. Okay? Plus 21 is 4197. Okay, so you could say, well, if it's Hanukkah, that won't be mid-trib. Well, it depends on how you measure the fiscals. Because Hanukkah is in the middle of the autumnal equinox and the vernal. Right in the middle. The distance between them is 6 months. Hanukkah's right in the middle of that. If the calendar were operated properly, we'd be right in the middle. Okay, so is that the kind of mid-trib he's talking about? So then the temple falls on Hanukkah? Well, maybe not. Because it could be the 21st year, which means it's 20 point something. Okay, so if we add that to 4176, we get 4196, obviously, and then halfway through 4196. Okay, so we add 0.5 now. So if the tribulation started on Rosh Hashanah, mid-trib, it's going to be starting on a vernal equinox. If the trib starts on the vernal equinox, then mid-trib starts on Rosh Hashanah. And if the trib start is based on Hanukkah, then the midpoint is going to be June 25th. I mean, you have to give or take a day, because we've wrecked our own calendar too. So what we call the 25th is close to the 15th originally, because Pope Gregory chopped off 10 days. So what day is he going to pick for mid-trib? Well, we don't know, but here's what we do know. 4200 minus 3.5, that's mid-trib. That's what he's balancing to. The meaning is the same whether or not you can say which date, which fiscal is used. The meaning is the same, because the tribulation is 3.5 years before the end of the 4200. So you subtract 3.5. So the doctrinal meaning is the same. So now you minus 20, maybe 20.5. That'll get you to 4176. When in 4176? I'm saying Hanukkah, and here's why. The next dateline. See, that's why it's such a no-brainer. It's 4176 minus 4106 when he was supposed to be born originally. That's 70. The Lord should have been age 70 when I write. So it's got to be Hanukkah or just after. So he's writing at the end of a year. Maybe AD 69 or January 70. See where that comes from? Now that's not all there is, okay? But the question is how to follow it. Hold on. Sorry, my phone keeps ringing with solicitation calls. Okay. There's more to the story than this, because I would know more certainly what he's talking about if I knew what these meters meant, the 11 and the 26, because as you've already seen, Mark, since he's playing on Mark, is using the blue numbers extensively. Okay? So it would stand to reason that the writer of the book of Hebrews is also. So what does 11 mean? 11 years prior was what? Okay, 76, 11, 65. Okay, but there were several Bible books written in 65. What is he tagging? See, because look at the text. Others, many others have written before. Okay, God, through many people, God spoke to our fathers. This argues, of course, for Lucan authorship of Hebrews, because this is how Luke began his gospel and how he began Acts. Okay, 11 years prior, his gospel was 64. We got a 64 meter here. Is he talking about Luke? Is Luke referring to himself? Some people think Luke wrote it, and it's smart enough to be a Luke writing. It's smart enough. We know Luke was with Paul when he died. We know Mark and Luke and Timothy were together, and Hebrews 13:23 says Timothy was released. We're in Italy. Those in Italy greet you. So he was in Italy. Well, that could be Luke. That could be Mark. Very, very elegant Greek here. Very elegant. This is one of the things that Luke began how he wrote his prior two books. And he knows how to be sarcastic. And he knows how to be satirical. And if he's been with Mark all that time, that would account for why he could play on Mark's gospel so well. Okay? So I really kind of need to know more about this. In 26 years prior to what? Okay, what is 4176 minus 26? 4150, that's not ringing a bell. Okay? But it could be related some other date. See, because the way the stepping stone thing works is I'm writing you 11 years after X, which is 21 years after Y, which is also 20, which has to do with the word number 26 in some manner. Okay, well, he's writing the 21 for sure is 21st year to mid-trib. So 4176, let's go in the opposite direction, backwards. 4155, that's Galatians. So referring back to Galatians. Okay, how do I know that? Because the meter. See, here's Galatians. I have to cover part of this up. See, 4155, Galatians. So does this 21 refer back to Galatians? I don't really know. Okay, I don't know. If so, what does the 26 refer to? Well, that was 5 years prior. What does that refer to? And notice, you can say, well, but brain out, maybe you don't parse it this way. The Ham one had to be left out. It was already left out of the UBS text. I'm not going to explain that. I already did that in the Hebrews videos. Okay, well, maybe you just stick this at the end. Entonces, birthdates. Maybe you just stick that there. Well, yeah, but the cumulative syllable count is what you use for the date lines. It won't matter. You can maybe skip 21 and use 26, but I want to see where he's 7th. And this is a complete syntactical unit, so it's appropriate that he's 7 there. Okay? This is like an appendage. This is almost an enjambment. God spoke to the fathers, to our ancestors, by means of the prophets. Yeah. You don't almost need this. Okay? So what does 26 refer to? Does he have particular prophets in mind? Okay, well, if he's talking about 21 years backwards to 4155 when Galatians, because that's the first of the La Lesas, is Galatians after Matthew, or is he measuring, 21 years behind it would be Galatians. Okay. sort of separating out the Gospels. If we take 4155 and we subtract 26 years prior to that, we get 4129, which is not, that's not particularly useful. That's 3 years before the Lord started his ministry. What is that? Okay. If we take 26 plus, because you're not supposed to normally do this with dateline meters. 4176 when he's writing Hebrews, that just takes you to the millennium, but why? Where's the importance of that? Because there's a past number only. I'm not getting what it's past of, okay? It's not past of 4176. What other number is the past of? I gotta figure that out, okay? That's why I'm going so slow with this video. Okay, 36, that was the year he died. If he's using 36 as an Adamic year, which he might well use, because in these last days, he has spoken through his son. You see, there's a word for son. So he's telegraphing that. And he should have died at the end of 4145 Adamic. But he did die at the end of the beginning of 4136 vernal. He should have died at the end of, really the beginning of 4146 vernal. But he's using 45 because it's the end of the prior vernal year. Okay? This is deliberate. This is a style everybody has used. He's following that same style. Okay, why is he bringing that up? What does that tell me about 26? What does that tell me next about 55, which again could be 4155 Galatians? And 4164 is Luke's Gospel and Ephesians and James. They all come out in the same year. So is he tagging the years of the other Bible books in reference to when the Lord died? Okay? Could be. I'm not sure. All right? And then it's not until then that we get to our first dateline. Yeah, he should have been 70 years old. Because it starts to talk about how he's the effulgence of the glory and the very stamp of God's own essence and nature. Hypostasios. This is a key word in his letter that the translators missed. So they totally mistranslate Hebrews 11:1. This is used here in Hebrews 1:3. It's also used in Hebrews 3:14, and then the third time it's kind of like an anaphora. It's used in Hebrews 11:1. Okay, and they mistranslated substance. Faith is the substance? No. Στην την πίστη ελπίζομενον, hypostasis pragmaton, hypostaseos, Christ. It's a nickname. The God-man, hello. We all call it hypostatic union today. How do we miss this? And he's using that as 84. Okay, this is calling you back to Psalm 90. Verses 1 through 4. The person for whom the millennium is for, the person in the plan of time. Okay, 1,000 years is as a day. The guy who gets awarded the millennium. So if you're an amillennialist, you can't read Bible. 70, Christ should have been. 77, he's the 77th son. 77, of course, is double perfection, hypostatic union. And just to make sure you understand that, oh, by the way, he's the one who's awarded the millennium per Psalm 90, verse 4, which is 84 syllables at the end of it. Bah! And oh, by the way, and 94 when he should have been 94 under the Abrahamic schedule. Okay, he's really 3 years older than that. That's when the millennium was supposed to begin. Yeah, and he's upholding the world until when it really begins by the word of his power. You see how the text and the meter are very trenchantly united. Okay. Now here's the textual variant de Heautu, which is not in the UBS text. I insist it should be. Here's why. Because it's his own power, not somebody else's, by the word of his own power. And therefore you get to the 133 ending meter. And after that, so this is where his preface ends. Okay. Now what have I gone through? Why is it so slow? Because on the one hand, you can say, it's really blunt, 21st year to mid-trib, yeah, we saw that. The Lord should have been 70, yeah, we saw that. So we had our first dateline here, second dateline here, closed case. Yeah, but I can't account for the blues. And this is too much evocative of real Adamic years. So why? Because he's playing on Mark, and Mark's using real Adamic years also, like Peter had done, like others had done before them. So just to truncate it and say, yeah, Lord should have been 70. Yeah, he's writing probably at Hanukkah, because the Lord couldn't be 70 until Hanukkah, under the old or the new schedule or the actual. How's this going? Okay? How's this going? So my answer to you on Hebrews is meter's kind of defensible, but I don't think it's the whole story. I need to explain the 77, the 84, and the 133, and I haven't really done that. I've explained what the meters mean in the rest of the Bible, but I haven't really explained what they mean in the hands of the writer of Hebrews. But here's the point, or at least for now. Whoever wrote this book is probably Luke, going by these meter numbers, especially this one, and this one, and this text, or Mark himself. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense to say that Mark wrote the book of Hebrews. This is a very biting book about Christians being apostate. Really biting. Hi, the rapture ain't going to happen because you're all being legalistic and trying to go back to the law. That's really pretty much what Mark was saying. So the two, everybody says, who wrote the book of Hebrews? And the stupid church fathers who wouldn't know the truth if it fit them claimed that Paul wrote it. No, not if Timothy's being released in Hebrews 13, verse 23. That means Paul is dead, which you already knew from Peter and Jude. So Paul couldn't have written Hebrews. Someone trained by Paul surely did. Someone in close company with Paul surely did. And who were in close company? Mark and Luke. They were with him when he died. So was Timothy. Timothy's alive, but it can't be Timothy writing it, or they wouldn't be saying Timothy got released. Now there's a real imperious kind of, whoever wrote it, the audience knew that person. And obviously, because of the perilous times they're in, he doesn't list his own name. Whoever wrote it was respected by the people writing him, the people he's writing to. They knew him as some kind of authority in the church. Okay? Well, that's going to kind of have to be Mark or Luke. Okay? Going to kind of have to be. Now some think, well, Barnabas wrote it. Really? So if it is Mark or Luke, we already have their written material. There will be a way to look at the style of writing that they've got and compare it. Now, there are a lot of Atticisms. In fact, one of the big keywords of this epistle. There are a lot of Atticisms in the book of Hebrews. Luke uses a lot of Atticisms in the book of Acts. Okay? One of the big keywords in Hebrews is Attic word kriton, better things. The church is a better covenant. So the theme is better covenant has come. The whole book of Hebrews is on why the covenant changed. because the temple's about to go down. It's really relevant to talk about that. Why did the covenant change the church? The church is a bride bridge. The church is the rapture cause. The church is the one who finalizes the angelic trial. All the books prior to the book of Hebrews was stressing that. But Hebrews summarizes it and basically panoramically summarizes all the NT to show the change. Well, that's going to have to be somebody who knows a fair bit about the law. And it's going to have to be somebody that people would have respected to write about it. Because the tone in the book is very paternal. It's very sarcastic. It's very chiding, especially in chapters 5 and 6. Okay. So that would argue a lot for Mark or Luke, not Barnabas. Okay? Who else could there be? Everybody else is dead. So what you want to look for is stylistic convergences. Okay, I haven't seen them yet, but I haven't really looked. A lot of people have written about this, so you might want to look that up. So as far as Hebrews goes, yeah, okay, he should have been 70. That's comfortable about the book. That's probably places it at Hanukkah. Could be late in it could be in January of 70. Okay, but until I've abstracted these other meters, and especially these blue ones, to know what other Bible books he's playing on, because he has to do that. He has to do that. He's doing stepping stones here. These are real Adamic years. Okay? Until I know that, I'm not 100% sure I'm giving you the right meter. I mean, at least with respect to what month. Reasonably sure, yes. Totally sure, no. And maybe these meters will help us find out who wrote Hebrews. That's it for this increment, and I'll resume with John next. I really have to go through this Hebrews style line by line so you can see the deftness of it. I really don't think I should be allowed to live and know this. I've said that before, but this one even more. In the top window, I've revised the text to show the actual meters that he uses all the way through the end of his Dateline, which at 133 is predicting the Bar Kokhba, temple going down a second time, because that's the theme of his letter, Get Out. He's playing the role of Jeremiah, who he quotes starting in chapter 8. A lot of things going on in this book. It's one of the most sophisticated books in the New Testament. And actually, the evidence given, the meter and the writing style, is very much in favor of Mark and Luke jointly behind it. As I said in the last increment, the book of Hebrews tracks to Mark's gospel outline. I've already started videos on that in the Luke Meter channel. You can watch them yourself and just tag along. You don't even need the Greek to see that. Okay? So that whoever did write the book of Hebrews was really well, what do you want to call it, informed about the content of the Gospel of Mark, and intended that whoever was going to read what he wrote to also be similarly informed, which really strongly implies that both the book of Hebrews and the Gospel of Mark were handed out at the same time, or were written at the same time, and the book of Hebrews comes out later, because Mark's Dateline is Passover, but this is Hanukkah, unless I missed one of them, and they're both at the same time. I mean, it's kind of unlikely, because this is saying that the Lord should have been age 70, as you're going to see in a minute. So maybe they were both written that far apart, and so their date lines are reflecting when they were written. versus when they were given out. Or maybe Mark's gospel really was given out back at Passover 9 months prior. And this one was written waiting that long, but had been composed during. Waiting that long for people to absorb it and to see what the information, where they were going with it, in case he had to make any changes in what he said to make it more relevant to any changes amongst the people from Passover when Mark wrote to Hanukkah when the writer of Hebrews writes. But the strong implication is that it's both of them in either event. However you want to say, explain the hiatus between Passover and Hanukkah, because the two books have that difference in their dates. However you want to explain that differential, clearly both of them were in close association. Okay? Now, the two people who with Timothy were with Paul when he died were Mark and Luke. And the reason why you could argue easily that there was more than a year that elapsed between Paul's death, which was probably March of 68, in light of Vindex's rebellion. The reason why I can say that why there was such a delay is because by the time AD 69 rolls around, you got Galba in power on the 15th of January, which is before Mark's gospel comes out. Otho kills Galba. And then immediately at that same time, Vitellius up in what they call Upper Germany or Lower Germany, lower is upper, upper is lower, had declared himself emperor on January 3rd. So the halls of jurisprudence aren't going to be moving too fast with respect to processing Christian prisoners who haven't really done anything when you don't even know what's going to be the status of who's emperor. Okay, you look to your own hide, you look to your own backyard. You put everything on hold. And that's exactly what happened in the Roman Empire. Everybody went on hold. Galba was murdered by Otho, his protege, but he was murdered by Otho because Otho was supposed to be heir apparent in his own mind, but one of the Piso family was appointed by Galba instead, and that angered Otho so much he, curried favor with his own faction in the palace, and then encouraged everybody, well, appoint me as emperor and kill Galba, and I'll give you favors. Okay, well, everybody's going to be paying attention to that. They're not going to be paying I don't care how high profile Paul was. He was under house arrest until, the second imprisonment. And even in his second imprisonment, that was under Nero. And Nero, of course, had just been dispatched back in June. And it's like, hello, you're not top priority to release these prisoners. It is true that a new emperor would release prisoners. That was part of what he did. He gave donatives to the troops, and he released political prisoners. But you know what? These are Christians. Nobody's going to pay attention to them. So they can languish a little while longer. Okay? And basically what that ends up meaning, and this is real important to the story, because it was the same thing that happened to Paul during his first imprisonment. They had a statute of limitations that said, hi, if you are arrested and your actual sentence has not really been passed, you're arrested waiting trial, and you stay under arrest awaiting trial for more than 2 years, you're automatically set free. Okay, well, Paul was in prison sometime in 67, end of 66, early 67. And then he had made his first defense, which we know from 2 Timothy, by, March or so of 67. Okay, well, 1 year after that, he's executed. For whatever the reasons were, Mark and Luke were not, and neither was Timothy. Okay, but 67 to 69. 67 to 69. That statute of limitations is going to go. So maybe it waited until the statute of limitations was up, and that's why it says in Hebrews chapter 13 that Timothy had been released. Okay? Now, the statute of limitations, they're not real, how do you want to call it? They're not real quick about observing that either. But once the statute is up and you don't know who your emperor is, they're going to say, oh, to hell with it. We're just going to, say the statute of limitations is up and we're letting you go. Because it had been, 67, March of 67, March of 68, Paul's executed. Okay, well, March of 67 to March of 69 is already 2 years. This would make it 2 years and 9 months, and if you're worried about some emperor thinking you're not doing your job, you're going to invoke the statute of limitations, just get your jails as empty as possible. Because if nobody's charging these people, Christian or no, you don't want to be seen as not doing your job because you let the statute go and you didn't, and the magistrate didn't do anything. So they could have just been let go by default. That's the point I'm trying to make. The timing is real important. And fortunately, we have an unbelievable statement about the timing of this letter. Okay, so here we go. Okay, every single one of these meters is used. First, I'm just going to read it in light of these meters. Keep looking up here at the meters as I talk. Okay, because the meter is going to go all the way through 77. And then I'm going to go through the text that goes with the meter, and it'll just blow you away. All right, but let me just read it first so you get the flow. We, Mark and Luke, write you 11 years after Luke's gospel, which was written 21 years after the Lord should have died under the Davidic schedule. And we also write when 21 years remain to the mid-tribulation, when, had the Jews accepted him, temple would be desecrated per Daniel 9:27. So we now write you in the 26th year before the millennium starts. So the tribulation per Ephesians 1 verse 4 could but did not start 33 years from his death at age 33 in 4136. For he died 10 years before the original Abrahamic scheduled end of 4145 equals 4146 start. So as Mary calculated in the Magnificat, the Abrahamic repayment credit could be met by the end of his 55th year, counting from his birth where he rejected, per Luke's gospel sent to you in 4164, as he actually died 64 years before the millennium. So we write now when he should have been age 70 per his originally timed birth of 4106, and temple destruction is imminent. For Jerusalem is surrounded by armies. The 40 years for temple after his actual death have nearly elapsed. The temple depicted is age 73, between 70 and 77. Now you're going to need to mull over a lot of that. But that's what all these numbers add up to. 11 years after Luke wrote his gospel. 21 years after the Lord should have died under the Davidic schedule. 21 years also remain to mid-tribulation from when the Hebrews is written. And at the same time, they're in the 26th year prior to the millennium. And at the same time, the earliest date that all these events could begin, because God's still balancing the Abrahamic credit, would be in the 33rd year after he was 33 because he died. In other words, the earth got 33 years reimbursement on his lifetime. Okay? Because his lifetime was supposed to be up in 4146, and obviously, 33 plus 36 is past that. All right. And if he had reached age 55, in other words, starting from the beginning of his life when he was actually born, if you count just to his 55th birthday, okay, because you got to add 2 years for the fiscal spread, that would use up the 53.5 credit. See, the fiscal spread is really 1.5. So 53.5 and 1.5 uses up by either fiscal year end. It uses up the 53.5 Abrahamic credit. So that's why Mary was sort of rounding it off in the Magnificat. She takes it all the way to his age 56. Okay? So then he actually died, though, when he was 33, which was 64 years prior to the millennium. So the idea was, how many years does he live, does the earth get to have to go on after he really dies in order to reimburse for the Abrahamic credit? Well, at that point, the way the Abrahamic credit would have to work, because he dies early, 10 years early to be precise, then you can maybe date it back to his birth, because it's no longer Israel, it's now church. So how is God going to figure the Abrahamic credit? That's partly what Mary was trying to figure out, because she knew Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 said the Jews would reject him. She didn't know about church, but she's thinking, okay, well then how does the Abrahamic, the credit for Abraham maturing too early, how does it get paid? Do we count from the Lord's birth? So then, okay, maybe by the time he's 56, because that's 40 years prior to the millennium, maybe that's how it plays. Because she was trying to figure out how Daniel 9:27 is going to play if he's rejected, as Isaiah 53 said. Okay, that's what she was playing out. And maybe she actually knew, because they regarded what she said in the Magnificat as canon right away. So maybe she was using that accounting standard. Maybe the Holy Spirit was telling her, well, see, look, it gets revalued if he's rejected. Here's how it gets revalued. So then that same accounting standard is being adopted here by the book of Hebrews, and it was adopted in Ephesians. That's how come you could take a standard of, okay, well, the Lord was age 33 when he died at 36, so 33 years after that would be 66, 4166. And then he could die as early as 4166. Of course, he didn't. They're writing in 4176, 10 years later. And that's why they're making an issue about the 10 years. 45 versus 55. And this is kind of like double entendre, because it could be 4155 as well, when he'd only be 52. But she was playing that angle also. So it's like, okay. But, 52 was kind of cutting it, because the actual shortage is 53.5. But, in a way you could argue, well, but all bets are off. So that's what everybody's playing with, is this Abrahamic credit. Because Abraham matured 2046, and it was really 2046.5 on the Adamic schedule. It's okay, 2100. But he dies at the beginning of the year. So they're making some kind of adjustment for that. So they're, the book of Hebrews is counting back to the end of the prior year for that reason. Okay, and sort of probably adopting an end of year accounting here too. By the end of his 55th year, he turns age 56. Okay? You're age 55 until your 56th birthday. Okay? And he's playing on 64 when the gospel came out, and he's playing on the 64 years of the millennium when he actually dies in 4136. 4136 and 64 is 4200. Okay? So we write now when he should have been age 70. See? 55, all these years are tracking. When he should have been age 70. Okay? Because they're writing about mid-tribulation. He's balancing to 21 years remain to the mid-tribulation when the temple goes down. Because Christ is the temple depicts, and he went down So in essence, it's as if, okay, well, we'll time this, and that's exactly how Paul did it in Ephesians 1 verse 4. We'll time this to occur between 70 and 77 maybe, in 73. Paul timed it alternatively at 66 and at 77. I'll show you. Oops, not, where is it? Right here. This is Ephesians 1:4. This was a 66 when there'd be an even reimbursement. Okay, so the first and what history will call the period from 66 to 73 AD, because his numbers match our AD. Okay, because he's playing on Mary, who also aligned with AD in Mark's Gospel. 66 to 73 AD is what the historians call it. And Hagios right here, Hagios Holy Temple. That's 70 AD right there where the dark blue is. That's when the temple actually is going to go down. But one of the alternatives was, okay, well, maybe we started from, here's 66 and here's 77. That's 11 years between. There's 3.5 years between 73 and 77, except you can't split a syllable. So maybe the period starts right here at Hagios. Maybe that's when the rapture happens. And the temple doesn't actually go down until 73. Of course, there's the double entendre. The Lord could be age 73, which is exactly what the writer of Hebrews is playing on. Between 70 and 77. Between 70 and 77. Midpoint, his age, right now, when we're really writing you, his real age, because he was born in 4103, and we're writing you in 4176 at Hanukkah, when he turns 73. For his 73rd birthday, we're writing. Does it get more depth than this? Oh, yeah. Now let's look at the text that's actually in the book. What was 11? In the Sotto Voce, we write you 11 years after Luke's Gospel. What does the text say? By many different hands and in many different places. And how did Luke begin both the book of Acts and his Gospel? Others have written. See a little commonality there? And then the meter dates back to Luke's Gospel. Not to Mark's, to Luke's. So who might be the writer of the letter? Bearing in mind that this is a very sensitive time, they've just been let out of jail, probably due to the statute of limitations expiring, so they're not going to put their names in the letter, because that will put them at risk, but more importantly, it would put the recipient at risk. Because you'll notice this is a pretty syrupy text. It's just about God fulfilling his promise. It's not saying anything at all about Rome. So it'll fly under the wire, because they got to go through checkpoints. Whoever's going to transmit this letter is going to be carrying it. Somebody's going to be looking at your possessions. It's just like, the TSA when you go on the airport now. They're going to be looking for what they consider contraband. So you're not going to mention names. It's a very sensitive time in the Roman Empire. You got 3 emperors, okay? 3 potential emperors, okay? Because really, Vespasian had already been entertaining the idea of being an emperor. All right. He officially declares in July of 69. This is Hanukkah. So you got the declaration of Vespasian, who actually becomes emperor on the 22nd of December. And I think that's the kickoff for this letter, 3 days afterwards. Okay. When this is written. But during the year, it was Vitellius and it was Otho. Okay? So they're not going to mention their names, but all you have to do is mention the dateline. Okay, well, see, the writer's really Luke. Here's how you know. He uses the same beginning line of text, the same idea, and then he dates back to his own letter. Okay? Then God spoke to the fathers. 21 years prior. Davidic. Harkening back to the Davidic schedule by invoking that schedule from his gospel line. Well, God was talking to the fathers at the time Luke's gospel came out, and by invoking the Davidic schedule, now you're going all the way back. Okay? Because David was promised before David existed. All right? So, God talked to our fathers. And who through? The prophets. Okay? And what's this? 26 years to the millennium. And who was the first prophet who started prophesying about the millennium? Moses in Psalm 90. Does it get cuter than this? This is the kind of wit that you find in Greek drama when it's satirizing. It's the kind of wit that you find in, Roman drama, and Plautus, who's a kind of Rabelais of his time. Okay, Plautus's plays, and then of course you got all the more famous ones, which nobody likes to read, like Seneca, who wrote the most boring plays you've ever could read. That's how Shakespeare did it. In the prophets, starting with Moses, he was the first prophet. Ding ding. Okay, and then look at this. This is a killer. In these last days, his last days, 4136 when he died, God, of course he's God, has spoken through his son. And his son was originally scheduled to die. His last days were originally supposed to be under the Abrahamic schedule that Moses the prophet wrote. He was supposed to die 4146 from Adam. Which is why when you add up the Bible's timeline and you don't take into account the shift in the timeline due to David, who was referenced here, you don't take that timeline shift into account, the Bible's numbers seem 3 years out of sync. Because there's a real timeline shift under David that the scholars all miss because they think David died at age 70. He died at age 77. The Bible is real clear about the 3-year shift in 1 Kings 6:1 because the date is 3 years after David died. That's 1 Kings 2:39. Shimei, the final Shimei revolution. Shimei goes over to Gath to try to get support, pretending that he's just searching for his servants. 3 years after that, our boy Solomon starts to build a temple. So David was 77 when he died, because the Shimei thing was 3 years after David died. And in the fourth year of Solomon only, on 2 Ziv, so there you go, you got another 6 months, he starts building the temple. So David changes the timeline, but the original was right here under Moses, who wrote it all in Psalm 90. 4146 was the outer limit of time. His last days, get the pun, spoke through his son, whose last days ended up being 4136 from Adam, but were supposed to be at the end of 4145 from Adam equals the beginning of 4146 on Passover. Are you getting this? Is this too cute for words or what? Okay. Who was set up to be the heir? Appointed. They could translate this appointed. It's tithemy. Set up would be a better word. Set up to be the heir. He was set up to be the heir by his 56th year. He would have been, as it were, entitled to his heirship because the Abrahamic credit would have been paid based on his beginning of life. Through whom And this is all mistranslated in every English Bible. It makes me sick to my stomach. Through whom God made all of time, not the worlds. This word means time. Ion. It means time. All the epics of time. Tous. All of them. The epics of time. Yeah. And this is what Hebrews is going to say in Hebrews 10, that he sanctified for all time when he died in 36, which was 64 years prior to the millennium, which vests in him because he paid in time for all time. Does it get cuter than this? And of course, 64 is also the year that Luke wrote his gospel. So you don't think that Luke might be the author here? A lot of people, scholars, just based on the style, speculate that it could be Luke. Well, for those scholars, God bless them, here's more support than they knew. And honey, I wouldn't know about this if I didn't ask God, so don't credit me with anything. My pastor taught the doctrine of how believers are used to buy time. He taught that for 50 years, and he didn't know the meter. And I think that's part of the reason why I got it, to show that, yeah, he taught that doctrine, and yes, it's valid. He was using basically 2 verses to teach it. It was Colossians 4:5 and Ephesians 5:16, which in the King James wins that round, says redeeming the time. Yeah, well, here you go. That's what this whole book is about, how church is going to be used to redeem time. And here you go with timelines, going back, written by the guy whose job it was to explain the changeover to church, whose gospel did that, whose book of Acts did the start. I'm telling you, I don't have 100% proof yet, but given the Atticisms that are used in this book, it would not surprise me at all that it's Luke. Now, it's not 100% him, because this book is tracking Mark's gospel. The implication is that those 2 guys traveled together. They both got out. They were waiting for Timothy, and when Timothy was going to get out, they would all, get together. And in the write-up here, right here, see these verses in Hebrews, because this is not an editorial. These are not verses with an editorial we. These are verses of more than one person is behind writing this letter. Okay, just go look at those verses, talk to God about it. There's not just one author. Just like when Paul would write, he'd say Paul and Timothy. Well, they can't say who they are. In the year of the 4 emperors, you got to watch what you say. But honey, how can you miss when you got datelines like this? Every single clause, which was a signature characteristic of Luke's writing, and this sentence here is a signature characteristic of his writing, and it was a signature purpose of his writing to explain the transition to church. It's almost conclusive, but you can't say that till you actually review the writing style. And then here, look, he is the effulgence. Really beautiful word in English. Sounds kind of bad in modern English. But effulgence means the exactly what it says, the maximum total exact radiance. Okay? He, yeah. And he should have been age 70. You see the pun? And he, of the glory and the very stamp, character, which we get character from in English, means to stamp an exact image, particularly on a coin. Yeah, that's his age 77. He's the 77th son. That's the play that was made on the 77th son by who else? Who else did that play? I forget. Who else did that? Who else did 77? Was it Peter or Judah? Here we go. 1 Peter played with 77. Okay? That was internal. See the value of using this loop dateline meters thing to see the panorama of the meter? You can go back and look at this. Romans, Paul used 77. Okay? So here we are, back in Hebrews. He's using 77, and that's another signature. That could be, okay, he's playing on 77 just like Romans did. And who was with Paul when he wrote Romans? Luke. As he tells you in where? The book of Acts. And what is midpoint between 70 and 77? Oh, well, hello. He wrote in 4176. If he's writing in Hanukkah, the Lord just turned 73. 73.5, okay, is the exact midpoint, but he just turned 73. So it's the year of the midpoint. So temple's going to go down, and it doesn't go down right away. But it's gonna. And look at this math. Hanukkah is the midpoint between the autumnal equinox and the vernal equinox. So it's a midpoint all of its own. And the temple goes down when? The assault, on the final assault on the temple, on Jerusalem, starts at Passover, actually on Passover of 70 AD. Passover, which is the vernal equinox plus 14 days. And it lasts for 57 plus 57 days, and the temple itself finally burns on the 9th of Av, as any Jew will tell you, which is August 28th and 29th per history books, of 70 AD. You can look that up on the internet if you want, because it's a lot of articles on it. A lot of, citing contemporary sources, Josephus, and also you had, what's his name? Vespasian wrote his own memoirs on this. That's why they can be so specific about it. Okay, well, January to the end of August, if you wrote in January, is 9 months. Okay? So, what do you want to call it? You got to play on midpoint here because of what Hanukkah is relative to the vernal equinox. The vernal equinox is its own midpoint. And then starting from March to August, well, that's another 6 months. Take your pick which midpoint you want. So maybe we'll stick with Hanukkah since it's one midpoint after the next. And he's the middle of history. So 70 to 77, he's in the middle. His age. The exact stamp and character. Te hypostaseos autou. Yeah, and 84 is the fulfillment of Psalm 90. That's the millennium. The millennium is constant, Psalm 90 verse 4, which the whole passage from Psalm 90 verse 1 ends at 84 syllables at that point. And then the millennium was supposed to begin in our equivalent of 94 AD, which is when Christ, should have been 94. If he had been born in 4106 plus 94 would have been 4200. That should have been the millennium when he should have been 94. Do you think that the writer of Hebrews, that the words that we got here are intended by the writer of Hebrews, and that he was tracking the meter to the Lord's age? And do you think that perhaps, just maybe, we actually have the real, inerrant, and infallible, and preserved Word of God, that it was preserved by a bunch of apostate monks, century after century, tirelessly or tiredly writing and making their little mistakes, but God preserved it anyway, because look at honey, nobody knew this meter. We couldn't even tell time. By the 2nd century AD, nobody knew what time it was anymore. You have that stupid Easter computers thing being invented by people in the 2nd century AD. They didn't even know when Easter was anymore. So they didn't know this was metered. But you know what? Even an apostate person can copy letters. Even an apostate person can be used because he's so in love with thinking, well, if I write the letter that's in the Bible, that makes me holy. Yeah, it does, honey. Okay, so you screwed up on the theology. You didn't learn what the letters mean, but you copied them, you memorized them, you get a reward for that. And baby, if I'm crowned, because I don't see how I'm going to be, but it's only a matter of how fluently your doctrine is in you. If I'm crowned, every single person in my kingdom who wrote one letter of the Word of God or memorized one letter of the Word of God, I want them to be rewarded out the wazoo. Because every single letter in this Word got preserved. And here's your evidence. Peace out. Okay, now we're coming to John, and I've already done a lot of videos on this to show his style. And in terms of learning this, what I'm now calling the Acts style of I write you X numbers after, X years after event N, or N years after event X, and then Y years after event B, okay? That style is, I first found it in John's Gospel. And here in the lower window, and you can get this through the John Meter channel or in the video description. About a year ago, I did these meters. This is very involved write-up, okay? It needs to be revamped for the stuff that I've done during the past year. It's a year old, so it doesn't have the other meters and text and stuff in it. But what it does have is an extensive explanation about what's behind the numbers. Like this is about the chronology and his Hanukkah birthday, okay? This is kind of like my 3 big pieces on the meter are Ephesians, 1 reparse dot, John meters, John dateline meters, and Luke dateline meters. There are HTM versions of each of those pieces on the internet so that you can look at them without having to download anything. Ephesians is first, John's came second, Luke is now what I'm working on now, which is here in this upper window. This is the latest version. So just like the Gospels, I don't repeat everything that's in Ephesians in John dateline meters. And I don't repeat everything in John dateline meters in the Luke, okay, because this is third. But there is a certain amount of repetition between them. This is the latest one, so the other 2 earlier ones don't have the information that's covered over the past year where I've now done all the anti-Bible meters. I now know that it's the book of Acts, not John, which is the precedent for the writing style I'm about to show you. So you got to keep that in mind. Okay? This is John dateline meters. This is a PDF copy, but it's also the same name with HTM or the same name with doc. PDF, though, doesn't require you to download fonts. Okay. This is the way it's organized. Okay? Preface on God, how God orchestrates time. That preface is reproduced here in Luke. Then I group them by funky names. Advertise, body, chronology, Bible's timeline shifts and deadlines. These are all kind of like overviews to help you understand how the meter works, because these are the doctrines that the meter addresses. The advertisement of God's existence. Who the body of Christ is and who the body of church is. And before us, of course, the body of Jews. Okay? The chronology that God is using. Therefore, timeline shifts from Adam forward. And therefore, what were the deadlines Deadlines, because that's what you've been seeing me do in this meter survey. Deadlines that God has been tracking ever since Genesis. So what I did is I created a bunch of them for the 1,000 years that Christ belongs to. Okay, like, this is the deadline for David. You see me show that. This is the deadline pre-David for Christ to die. This was the deadline after David for Christ to die. Okay, but each of these other dates has benchmarks, have meaning also. Like 4150, for example. 4150 should have been the 1,000, should have been. God keeps track of should have been, as well as what is. 4150 should have been the 1,000th anniversary of the first temple's construction. Okay? It should have been. 4153 should have been the anniversary of the first temple's construction end. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that some of these dates that we have in these books are referencing these should have beens. I haven't tested for that. Okay, I go with what I can see immediately, because I'm assuming that the reader who gets the book is going to have an immediacy. This is a harder calculation to say, hi, I'm writing you in what should have been. The only should have been that's real easy for everybody to know is the Lord's own birth and death and ministry start, that kind of stuff, because it was contemporary. But these should have beens are probably in mind too. Should have been the first anniversary of the temple construction. Should have been the first anniversary of the temple dedication. Because God is balancing time to these should have beens also. Okay? So you can play with them here in the John meter, which you're going to kind of need to do. Because John, unlike, the other writers, or maybe because of Acts, okay, here we got, and I'll have to make it bigger. See, this is John's gospel in his gospel meter. And, it's very familiar to all of us. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, face to face with God. Oh, crud. Okay, and the Word was face to face with God, and the Word was with God. Okay, Word was with God and face to face with God. What happened? Adobe is all funky. Okay, sorry. All right. Whenever I have a dramatic moment about Christ that I have to say something about, that's when my computer gets all wonky. Why? Jealous demon? I don't care. Speculation? Hallucination on my part? Yeah, maybe. Okay. This style, 7, 16, 23. See, here's the 33. You've seen this already in the Pauline letters. Then he does, usually, some kind of 70. And that's a number. See, 64 or 65, because it depends on whether we include Eston or not. Okay? And if you're including Eston, see, this is Ain. It's either Eston or Ain. Ain is the imperfect tense. Okay? Eston is existing tense, present. So is John saying enautoizoen, or is he saying enautoizoesten? I'm tending to think that he means Eston, because he's still alive. But the imperfect use of it is kind of like a Hebraism, okay? So it could be. But the point really I'm trying to get at here before I go off topic yet again is this. This is what John is actually doing. John is saying, and I'm sorry it's in gray, I'll have to fix that. My dear children, I'm writing you. See, that's the style that Luke adopted in Acts. And the textual style of I'm writing you, he adopted in his own gospel. So John is tagging Luke. He's tagging Mark in other ways, but he's tagging Luke. He's tagging that style. So I'm writing you 7 years after the temple fell on the 40th anniversary of his death. Because it did. Okay? And then when John does it, the sotto voce meaning of the meter is like wrapping itself around the Greek words he explicitly writes. And you can guess at what those extra words are based on what he explicitly writes. I'm sure that's true. I'm not sure that the words I'm putting in there are the words that I should be putting in there. So this is what you might call speculative, but it's not that far off. Is he using this kind of style? Yes. Are the words I'm putting in wrapping around the Greek text what words he meant and means to have wrap around? I mean, I don't mean the exact words, but the idea. Maybe. Okay? Now, the point is the same style that you see here for his gospel. I'm writing you 7 years after the temple fell, and the temple fell 16 years after Israel's final 40 years booth period, and the final 40 years booth period was, put into effect 23 years prior when he actually died. That makes sense out of all these meters. It ties them together in a threaded discourse of dates related to each other, which tells you how to look at and read his gospel. And then he does the same kind of thing in 1 John, so it tells you how to read 1 John, except 1 John has a whole bunch of sevening in it. Okay? In the gospel, it's just his dateline. You got it here and here, and then that could be a 98 ending it. But for all we know, it just ends at the 42. Okay, now, in English, this was assigned to verse 3, but it textually can go backwards. See, everything through him comes into being. Okay, this yeah, that's true too. But if I cut the text off just right here, that's a paragraph. Okay, this is kind of overkill. This is a stress clause, and that's okay. But the point is the 7ing proper? Do we have a complete syntactical paragraph? And if not, you have to be able to account for why. And there have been several instances where we don't have it, but I can account for why in each case, which means that the meter stands. Okay, here it's real blunt, it's real obvious. And he's kind of using this, he has a tic-tac-toe style, just like the Jewish dates. The sundown of day 1 begins day 2 in Jewish time. That's piggybacking tic-tac-toe. Because, tic-tac-toe, all the X's and the O's are piggybacked on each other. Okay, that's his style of writing. Okay, but he might get it from Acts. But the threaded text around the words might be unique to John. I can't tell for sure if Acts is doing that same thing. But what I can tell for sure is Acts had done 7 years after or before this was an event. And then that event of that date, then 16 years related to that event of that date, not current, that date. Something else happened that's relevant to my letter. And then that ends up with a third date. And the third date, 23 years relative to that third date. And then we start back full circle to my current date. Because you're usually, Christ is sort of used as some age of his is used as a nexus point. So you went backwards in time, backwards in time, backwards in time, and then you come forward in time because this related to him directly. Now you come forward in time, and now you come forward to the date of your writing. It's very complicated. The idea is to show cause and effect. This is exactly the style that Daniel uses in Daniel 9. But he uses it with a litany of the kings going backward in time and then forward to his own dateline, which he established at the beginning, which is being done here, the 7 and now back to 42 dateline. In between, he went back in time. That's what Daniel had done. That's what John is doing. It's very sophisticated. So the question becomes, if that's what he's doing, then you would be able to determine from the years what is he referencing in the past. See, I'm writing you 7 years after the temple fell on the 40th anniversary of his death. To attest that, see, because it's about him, enarchen hologos. Enarchen hologos, or enarche este hologos. Probably ain. Enarchen hologos, because John loves being dramatic. Okay, loves it. Okay, so now your reference point is the 40th anniversary of his death. The anniversary of his death. The temple falls on the 40th anniversary of his death. In the anniversary year, not on the anniversary day. Sorry. So now you're reminded of, oh, that's right, it's been 40 years. This is now the 47th year. So, where do we go from there? Okay, well, 7 years after the temple fell is 7 years after the temple fell. Rapture didn't happen. It was expected. Okay, and it was expected 7 years ago. So in order to help explain why it didn't happen, why the rapture didn't happen, he's going back in time. The fall of the temple occurred 16 years into Israel's final 40 booth wandering period. Okay? That's what I'm inserting, because that's what the math is suggesting it means, because he's using 16. Okay? And the word was face to face with God, who keeps his promise of return. That's another nickname for the rapture. That's in Psalm 90. Once our promised heavenly body is built. Okay? So the trick here is to figure out the numbers relationship to the actual Greek text, and how does the numbers meaning wrap around the Greek text. Now, in a certain degree, that's pretty much what we've been doing all along, ever since Galatians, ever since Matthew. That's why he did the begats the way he did, is to tie back to Malachi. I mean, plus show, the legitimate line of the legitimate sons, excluding Athaliah's sons. Okay, fine. But this is like an upgrade on that usage. This is where you're taking the text and turning it into text, interrelating with, interfacing with, interleaving with the actual text. I can't tell you that the text I put in here to interleave with it is valid. It looks plausible. That's all I can tell you. It's plausible. I'll be working on this for several years, I have a feeling. Okay, but that's the difference between John's meter, okay, between John's meter and everybody else's, is that there is a closer relationship between the unspoken number here and the text here. It's somewhat antiphonal. okay? Because it goes all the way down. This is especially true in 1 John and Revelation. See, look at all the orange. See, here you've only got two dateline numbers, 42 and possibly 98. Actually, I'm sorry, 7 and 42, and then possibly 98. That's not a lot of oranging. Of course, he's writing about the past. He's writing about the gospel. In 1 John, it's a whole nother kettle of fish. And in Revelation, of course, you would expect it to be prophetic in Revelation. It's awesome. Okay, absolutely awesome. Like, here's 1 John. See? But, he's playing. He's starting to write the same way that he did the gospel. And he's basically saying, hi, I'm writing you 10 years later. Okay? It's not really 10 years later. It's 10 years after event X, when the temple fell. Before he wrote 7 years after the temple fell. Now he's writing 10 years after the temple fell. Well, the temple fell in 70 AD. Here I can pinpoint the exact day of his writing. Because of the style that you're saying. 10, 21, each one of these meters is using to tell an event. And because of the way he has to split the meter sometimes in order to do his equidistance, because see, he's doing equidistance. This is 10 years from something else, this is 10 years from something else, from 20 years from something else, from 21 years to something else. You get that many meters together, you can get real precise about the day of writing. Did I calculate it properly? Maybe, maybe not. I have to revisit this. He's the most sophisticated of the dating styles, and yet at the same time, it's the kind of style that Daniel uses in Daniel 9. So this is the New Testament, what do you want to call it, counterpart to the extremely sophisticated time track system that Daniel used in Daniel 9. At least it looks that way. And of course, when you got all these orange numbers, he's prophesying something. And all these numbers tie back to Ephesians. And they probably also tie back to Peter. But I don't know how they tie back yet. I just know that they must. Okay, they must. This right here in particular is Daniel 9:24 through 27's meter. God replies in meter to Daniel, who prayed in meter. Daniel 9:24 through 27 is a metered. It's got Trinity meter in it, and it's got 70 meter in it. A metered reply that explicitly uses the numbers that Daniel used in his meter that we don't see in English. So we don't understand the 490 years and the 62 weeks. We don't understand what it represents. So we get the prophecy wrong. Just everybody's accounted Daniel 9's prophecy 490 wrong. The Dispies are closest to the right answer, but even they're way off. Because they're using lunar years. No. The minute you do this meter, you start to see how obvious it is and how consistent it is. This is going back to Daniel 9. Why? It's also dating back to 231 AD as a prophecy number. For what? The severance. For what? The crisis of the 3rd century. For what? The time when church is so far in the tank that it doesn't recover. Everything after 231, which is when the Catholic Church really gets started, because that's when they were trying to court the Severan mothers. That's when Origen was there. That's when Demetrius of Alexandria first put Peter on a pope list in order to impress the Severan emperors, the mothers in particular, all of which Paul had forecast at his syllable 231, which is 231 AD, which is when it actually happened. And John is referring back to it. Of course, John is writing presciently also. So what in his text at 231 in 1 John is going to update that prophecy? I don't know. I have to look at it. I'm still in the middle of retranslating 1 John into English because it's not well translated either. It's kind of hard to imagine how you could screw up the translation of 1 John, but there's so much nuance that's missed. Of course, that was 7 years ago when I started to retranslate, and then that led me to Isaiah 53 because he's quoting Isaiah 53 so much, and that led me to the meter that you see on screen. It's that sophisticated. They all tie together. Okay, well then, what about Revelation? Well, look at all this. And yet, at the same time, each one of them is saying, just to skip down and show you 1 John now. Hi, dear children, I'm writing you again, 10 years after the temple fell. See, same style, same years, reference as in his prior letter. That gives us a lot of clarity about how this meter style works and maybe how to read the other meters in the Bible. Because where's John getting this from? Well, obviously he's getting the writing style from Acts. So that's clarity. He's getting the convoluted meter style in part from Daniel. But was Daniel the first one to come up with it in the Old Testament? I don't know. See, precedence is how you read the Bible. Genesis sets the themes for the entire book. You interpret Bible in light of Bible. You let the Bible talk for itself. You don't impose the ideas of dear Dr. So-and-so or his stupid chronology that's never right. You don't do that. You let the Bible speak for itself. Okay, but what is it saying? Well, I submit to you that one of the ways to find out what it's saying is to find out what the meter is. And if there's a particular rhetorical style using the meter, find out who used it first. And that will tell you how to use the meter in the subsequent books. And that will tell you more how to interpret those subsequent books. Now, I'm sorry this is kind of messy, but you see, I was in the middle of just trying to retranslate 1 John 10 years ago. I have to go look it up when it was. It's in the website because I was writing web pages even back then. I was in the middle of trying to retranslate it, and by the time I got to 1 John 2:5, I realized he kept on hitting on Isaiah 53. And I'm like, why are you hitting on Isaiah 53? So then I had to go to Isaiah 53, and then I found the Muller scroll, and then I found the syllables were maybe missing. So how am I going to know what John is hitting on? So then I had to stop retranslating 1 John. I had to stop and figure out what's the story with Isaiah, and as they say, the rest of it is history. This is how I found the meter in Isaiah. This is how I found the meter at all. God has taken me on a journey because, honey, I'm not smart enough to be able to explain all this. In fact, if I don't talk fast, I'll forget. Now, that doesn't mean that what I'm telling you is true. It does mean that what I'm telling you is more than plausible and should be investigated. Forget who's talking. It's the Bible's meter. It's the Bible's words. It's the Bible's relationships. And this is all independent of the person talking. This style is much more complicated. And these words that are written here versus these words, which are the actual Bible, well, these words might be wrong, but they're plausible because everything fits if I assume that they're true. And it just goes on and on and on. Now here's where it gets really difficult, okay? All this stuff up until he writes current. In this current year in 1 John we're looking at, 1 John is 4187, okay? When the Lord would have been 83 years old. So he comes full circle here, even now after his 82nd year, because that's the meter 82, okay? The life is forever. He'll go on forever. See, oh Lord, live forever, happy birthday. He's about to have his 83rd birthday. Okay? When he writes 1 John, it's 4 Kislev. And I showed you the math earlier in this piece. He's 4 keys left. He's about to have his 83rd birthday. So, oh Lord, live forever. Yeah, well, he actually will. Okay, it's cute. But here's the problem I've got. After that point, after you come full circle to the current date of writing, because it's a very complicated meter that goes, these are the two Dateline meters, but he's using every clause. Once you get past that, it's like, what does it mean afterwards? Okay? So I have fuzzball text in here. 21 years after I write is the new Adamic century. That's not prophetic. That's not meaningful. That's just what dateline it is. You see, it's the 1050th anniversary of the first temple's dedication. All I'm doing is I'm continuing in the future saying what these dates might represent. But that doesn't mean John is saying that. He might be taking it for granted. So the caveat with respect to the dateline meters here in John's Gospel, 1 John, Revelation, is I don't know. I mean, the dates I'm sure of, okay, because that's pretty bald. It's pretty bald, it's pretty simple, it's pretty easy. He's tagging, here he tags 7 years after the temple fell, and now he's tagging, the first meter in here is really 10. I need to put these numbers in, okay? He's saying, well, now I'm writing you 10 years after the temple fell, okay? And then he dates Revelation in terms of how many years he wrote after his last letter and after the temple fell. It's real blatant. But what's not so easy to understand is, well, what do these numbers mean? And what do the other clauses mean if he's going to write that much of a threaded text? Okay, see, look. I'm sorry this is so complicated. Here's 1 John. Every single clause is interwoven as a date. What date? Well, this is likely 4147, okay, because that was when he was supposed to die in the Abrahamic schedule. There were supposed to be 54 years left, but if he dies on the Davidic schedule, there should have been 56 years left, okay? But to the end of the final millennium deadline, which was 4201.5, there actually ended up being 66 years from when he actually died. Okay, then what is 74? What is 82? 98, that's the millennium. So he's doing a timeline after the millennium that goes all the way forward to 231. He's got to be playing on Paul's timeline. There isn't any other meaning it can have. Between the millennium and when he writes, he's writing about why, tribulation didn't happen yet. What are the points he's making? He's making points. He's taking this text and this clause with this year in it. Is it an Adamic year? Is it a Lord's age? Is it an AD? Which is this should have been Lord's age. What's he doing with that? I don't know. And I further don't know what to say about all these other years. So I have fudge text that I wrapped around. Okay? Fudge text. I mean, it's really bald and obvious that it's fudge text. Hi, if we mature, the millennium may yet happen in his year 98. Yeah. So, that's not significant. We already know that. I don't need any extra text to tell me that. All I have to do is look at the number. So, 21 years after I write is the new Adamic century. Yeah, okay, whoop-de-doo. I think it's more significant than what I'm saying. But I had to put something to show you the style. So it's fudge text. All right? And then the 117th year this is the message that we give to you. Even if there's no rapture after his 117th year. Fudge text. Doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that what John really means is better than that. So that's the caveat with respect to the dateline meter for John. The dateline is okay. The text after that, no. The text after that needs to be addressed. Okay? So then, just for your datelines, you use stuff like the first two oranges. Okay? That's a no-brainer. Alright, first two oranges 7 years after the temple fell. Okay, so then he's writing in 77 AD. Okay? There you go. See, that's when he writes. It has to be between September and December, because it's 7 years after. Okay? And he's writing 42 years after. 42 years after what? Well, 77 AD is 4184 minus 42, and you can only do a minus, because plus 42 isn't going to yield anything. Oh, I'm writing you 42 in the 42nd year after Christ should have died on the Davidic schedule. No brainer to know when he wrote it, why there's all that speculation, and why there's all that stupidity saying he wrote in the 90s. I don't know. Of course, I used to think that too, because I was just listening to the scholars instead of going back to the Bible. Go back to the Bible, then you'll know. 1 John, when did he write it? Well, 21 years. Really, the dateline starts with the 10. But 21 years from 4187 is 4166. What was that? Well, can't tell. All right, well then maybe it's not 21, maybe it's 20. That would be 4167. Okay, but that's a count into 4166 and 67 are 33 years prior to the millennium. Okay, so, and this is the way Romans count it, so you can't ignore it. I'm writing you 20 years after. 20 years after, 33 years into the millennium. So what am I writing you? In the 13th year. See, that's really important, because in Roman culture, they never wanted to say 13. So you had to use some convoluted system. So he's using one. It's so simple. Hi, I'm writing you 4187 minus 21 is 4166 or 67, which, plus 33. All right. So plus 33 is, shorthand 99, which is 4200. All right. So now you take 33 minus 21, or 33 minus 20, because it's in the 21st year, and you get the unspoken 13 years prior to the millennium. Ding dong. Oh, but what about the next one, Brayna? Okay, 56. Okay, 4187 minus 56. 4131. Wow, okay, then it's the 56th year. Yeah, in the 56th year. Okay, so the 56th year would be 4187 minus 55. That's the end of the year prior to the year that he declares he's king. That's when he went out in the wilderness in the 15th year of Tiberius, 26 AD. Oh, I get it. See? And so it's another no-brainer here. And again, there's more proof that I'm showing you, but we're just working off the two datelines. Now we got our two datelines here. 4195, which is 88 AD, which is a lot earlier than scholars think he wrote it. 4195 minus, what's our first dateline? 42. Well, that doesn't tell you anything. Okay, so maybe he splits it. 41, 95 minus 21. Oh, 4174. Okay, and what was that? Again, it's years into. What is it years into? And actually, I forget. So I'm going to call it up because I forget. Because that's how he does it. It's really sophisticated style here. Here we go. 42. I write you in the 42nd year following, the 1000th anniversary of temple construction. And which is also the 1050th anniversary of David's kingship over all Israel. And which is the Lord's 50th birthday. And which is 10 years after the 42nd year that the bodybuilding, harvesting, and Gentiles began. So that's why he's using 42. He's got to tie to 3 different important anniversaries. See? That's why it becomes relevant now to know all of these deadlines that relate to Bible dates in the past. Every single one of them is a special important anniversary because it's his job to tie up all of the Bible and reflect all of the Bible in his one last book of Revelation. So now you got to go all the way back. 1000th anniversary of David's crowning over all Israel. Had Hebron. 1000th anniversary of David's crowning over all Israel. 1000th anniversary, or the year when the Lord went out into his own ministry, and that's also a 1000th anniversary for David too, but I forget what. This is the year that the Lord died. This is the year that the Lord should have died on the 1000th anniversary of David's original death. This is the 1000th anniversary when the original Abrahamic deadline. This is the 1000th anniversary of the temple. This is the 1000th anniversary of the temple, different kind of dates. 1000th anniversary of the temple, 40 years countdown to the millennium, 1000th anniversary of something, I forget what it is. All of these are dates, and he uses them. His meters are tracking them because his job is to wrap up time. And to tell you why church is not on time. And what's most peculiar about Revelation is that this meter here and this meter here are the 2 ellipses meters in Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 used an ellipsis of 252 between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1, because the chapter in Hebrew begins at Isaiah 52:13. The second ellipsis in Isaiah 53 is between Isaiah 53:10, which is the end of the intertestamental period, which ends at 397, which is when Malachi was finished. Then there's a 364-year hiatus, and he opens it again at 42 BC to show the rise of Caesar and a bunch of other things. 364 years is how long the first temple stood. That's why Isaiah used it. John is making a parallel to that. 434 is 70 years plus. He's playing on Paul somehow. Paul used 434. Peter used 483, which is 49 more. And so the 434:70, extra 70, is being truncated here. And the extra 49 of Peter is being truncated here. And you know what 70 and 49 equals? Ding, ding, ding. Let's show you. Because he's tying back to Isaiah again when he does it. And to Daniel 9, all at the same time. Because Daniel 9 also used these 2 numbers as well. Daniel 9 used that, and he used that in his meter. 70 plus 49 is 119. Plus what? 7 is 126. Minus Daniel 9:27. Minus the 70 weeks. This 49 weeks. That plus 364 is 434. The 62 weeks. That's what he's playing on. Daniel, Isaiah, Paul, and Peter, with some kind of updated prophetical timeline here. It's not going to predict when the rapture happens. It's going to predict the character of the time. And my guess is he's talking through 364 AD. But I can't prove it yet. Now, if your eyes haven't glazed over already, you've gotten hopefully gotten the point that, oh wow, this is super sophisticated. Yeah, and I don't have an answer to you as to what's going on here. But is it obvious when the book was written? Oh yeah, 4195 minus 21 is 4174, okay? And minus another 21 is 4153, and those dates are really a concatenation of several holidays. 42, he's writing in the 42nd year following the 1000th anniversary of the first temple construction. And why? Why is he picking that as his date? Because the temple's under construction again. Church. And it ain't finished yet. So guess what? The rapture ain't happening yet. And we're also in the 1050th anniversary of David's kingship over all Israel. Okay, well, you know, the rapture should have occurred by now. Yeah, well, here's why. It didn't, because temple's still under construction. Temple is you. And it's the Lord's 50th birthday. What it should have been his 50th birthday. I mean, not 50th birthday, but 50th anniversary of his birthday. Okay? 10 years after. That's what it should have been. But it's not. Okay? 70th week of history. That's where we are. Time bubble. Okay? So, the date he writes is clear. The meaning of why he uses these other meters, the generic meaning of them is prophetic. The generic meaning of them is he's building on Ephesians and Peter. The specific meaning about how he's doing that with his text, I don't know. So that's preview of coming contractions when you go to study these 3 books. I haven't finished. I've got a lot of fudge text talking about what these numbers are. It's just fudge text. That's it for now, as far as I can go.